this English listening masterclass, you're going to improve your listening skills of fast English. You're going to complete listening tests throughout this entire masterclass. And if you can understand me, you are definitely fluent in English. Welcome back to JForrest English. Of course, I'm Jennifer. Now let's get started. Here's how this masterclass will work. You'll listen to a sentence 3 times and you need to write down what you hear. After, you'll learn the pronunciation changes that take place in fast English. You'll learn the natural expressions that natives love using, and you'll learn advanced grammar to sound fluent. Are you ready? Remember, I'll say it 3 times. Here we go. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. I said she's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. Notice the contraction, she's. This is she is, the verb to be. Native speakers will always contract this. She's. Let's talk about leaps and bounds. Notice how bounds, the D is not pronounced. Bounds, bounds. And here, when we have and between 2 words, you can reduce that just to leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. Notice how you don't hear the H on him, than him. But if we want to combine those sounds together and say it like one word, then him. Let's talk about what this means. She's more qualified than him. You understand that. When I add leaps and bounds, this is a modifier. It makes more qualified stronger. So it sounds like greatly more qualified, a lot more qualified. And it can also mean quickly if that's the context. But in this context, it's a modifier that means greatly. So you can say, I've improved my English by leaps and bounds. By leaps and bounds. Here, notice how you have to include the word by. I've improved my English, and you want to modify that improve to make it sound stronger. I've improved my English by leaps and bounds. So write that in the comments if you feel like my lessons are helping you improve your English by leaps and bounds. Jennifer, I've improved my English by leaps and bounds. Put that in the comments.
It's leaps and bounds ahead of mine. Which
you are just progressing by leaps and bounds.
Virtucon has grown by leaps and bounds.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Is the agenda set in stone? Is the agenda set in stone? Is the agenda set in stone? I said, is the agenda set in stone? First, let's talk about the agenda. Notice how I have that long E sound, the agenda, because agenda starts with a vowel. This is not a rule that native speakers always follow. I could equally say the agenda, the agenda, the agenda. So if you hear both, it's just not something a native speaker always does. Let's talk about set in stone. Notice we have a T between 2 vowels. So we can pronounce that T as a soft D, set in, din. So I take that sound and I connect it to the next word in, and it sounds like din, din, set in stone. And I'll say all 3 of those words together because they're an expression. The expression is to be set in stone. In our example, the verb to be is. It starts the sentence because the sentence is in question form. Is the agenda set in stone? To be set in stone. When something is set in stone, in this case, the agenda, it's in a state that is very difficult, if not impossible, to change. So the agenda could be set in stone because all the speakers are confirmed. You've booked the hotel room. You've already paid for the hotel room. People have already booked their ticket to come to the event. So it's difficult, if not impossible, to change any aspects of the agenda. It's set in stone. We commonly use this expression in the negative to say our plans aren't set in stone. If I say that to you, it means that I can change my plans. So perhaps I told you what my plans are, and then you want to do something different. I can say, oh, don't worry, our plans aren't set in stone. So it's saying I can change my plans are flexible. So you can use this both in the positive or the negative.
Because nothing's set in stone.
Oof, is that set in stone?
These nicknames, are they set in stone?
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. I was tossing and turning all night. I was tossing and turning all night. I was tossing and turning all night. Did you get this one? I said I was tossing and turning all night. We have and, so remember, same thing as before, tossing in, I can change that to but I have to connect it to the word before, tossing and turning. So I will say all 3, tossing and turning, as one word. Tossing and turning, tossing and turning. Tossing and turning. Now, commonly a native speaker will drop the G sound on tossing, and just say tossin', tossin'. I personally don't do this, but many native speakers do. Tossin', tossing, tossin'. But same thing, you have that sound, tossin' and turnin', tossin' and turnin'. Or, like I said, tossing and turning, tossing and turning. The pronunciation is quite clear, but if you don't know what this means, you won't know how to communicate with a native speaker. I was tossing and turning all night. To toss and turn, this is used to say you had a very restless sleep and you were moving a lot. That is the tossing and turning. That's the movement. You were moving a lot while you were sleeping, so you had a restless sleep. If you were tossing and turning all night, it means you had a restless sleep, so it means right now you're tired. You could say, sorry, I'm yawning so much. I tossed and turned all night. And that means you had a terrible sleep, so now you're tired.
That's what's got you tossing and turning.
He's always tossing and turning.
Man, then I spend all night tossing and turning trying to figure out what I should have said.
Are you ready for your next listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. Just give it a go and see. Just give it a go and see. Just give it a go and see. Did you get this one? I said, just give it a go and see. Let's talk about give it. We can combine these together, and I'm going to use that v sound. Give it, vit, vit. Give it, give it. So that's how I can say these 2 words as one, give it. And I'll do the same thing with a go. I'll just pronounce it as one word, a go. Give it a go. Give it a go. Give it a go. Just give it a go and see. What does this mean? To give something a go simply means to try something. So if I say just give it a go, I'm saying just try it. Maybe your friend invited you to go dancing, but you don't know how to dance. I could say, just give it a go. Now here the it is dancing. So I could say, just give dancing a go. Just give dancing a go. Remember in the original example, it was just give it a go and see. Here, the see represents and see what happens. See what happens when you try dancing. Maybe you are really good at it, or maybe you're not very good at it, but you had so much fun, you don't even care that you weren't good at it. So if you send me a message and say, Jennifer, I'm not sure if I can give a presentation in English, I'll say to you, just give it a go. So I want you to write in the comments right now, Jennifer, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. Put that in the comments. Jennifer, I'll give it a go.
I'll give it a go.
Let's give it a go.
Let's give it a go and see what the future brings.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. We have a lot riding on this pitch. We have a lot riding on this pitch. We have a lot riding on this pitch. I said we have a lot riding on this pitch. Notice when I said the sentence fast, I did not contract we have. I didn't say we've a lot riding on this pitch. I didn't say that. I said we have a lot riding on this pitch. That's because in American English, we do not contract have when have is the main verb. We only contract have when it's an auxiliary verb. I could change this and say we've got a lot riding on this pitch. In this case, have is the auxiliary verb, got is the main verb, so I can form that contraction. We have, we've got a lot riding on this pitch. You're probably wondering what this means. When you have a lot riding on something, it means that something, whatever the something is extremely important to your success, whatever success means to you. Now, in this case, the something is this pitch. This pitch is extremely important to this person's overall success. What does this pitch mean? In the business world, a pitch is a presentation, but the purpose is to convince someone to do something or to buy something. So it's extremely important that this pitch, this presentation is successful. And it's extremely important for the person's overall success, likely their career success. To use a previous expression that you learned, I was tossing and turning all night thinking about this pitch. My career is riding on it.
Everything is riding on it.
Well, this is it, folks. Everything is riding on this pitch.
So much rides on this.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice this pronunciation. So I'm going to say each sentence again, but I want you to say the sentence out loud, and then we'll repeat that 3 times. So let's do that now. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. She's leaps and bounds more qualified than him. Is the agenda set in stone? Is the agenda set in stone? Is the agenda set in stone? I was tossing and turning all night. I was tossing and turning all night. I was tossing and turning all night. Just give it a go and see. Just give it a go and see. Just give it a go and see. We have a lot riding on this pitch. We have a lot riding on this pitch. We have a lot riding on this pitch. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. My mom nitpicks like crazy. My mom nitpicks like crazy. My mom nitpicks like crazy. Did you get this one? I said my mom nitpicks like crazy. The pronunciation is clear, but if you don't know what the vocabulary means, you're not going to understand what that native speaker said. Here, our verb is to nitpick. To nitpick. What does this mean? This is when you find faults. Faults are things that you don't like or criticisms. When you find faults in details that are not important. I'm sure you know someone in your life who nitpicks, or maybe you nitpick yourself. Let's say you're with someone and you go out for dinner and the food is great, the restaurant is beautiful, the server is very friendly, but your friend finds faults in details that are not important. Your friend nitpicks. You could say, the dinner was amazing, but of course, Lindsay wasn't happy about the color of the plates or the art on the walls. Lindsay is a nitpicker. So your friend wasn't happy about the color of the plates. That is such a detail that is not important. So this is a perfect example of someone who nitpicks. But notice in my example, I said Lindsay is a nitpicker. A nitpicker. This is the noun form, and a nitpicker is simply someone who nitpicks. The original example was, my mom nitpicks like crazy. Here, like crazy, this simply means a lot or quickly. But in this context, it means a lot. So my mom nitpicks like crazy. My mom nitpicks a lot. You could also say, I worked like crazy all weekend. So you worked a lot all weekend. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. It's okay to be picky sometimes. It's okay to be picky sometimes. It's okay to be picky sometimes. Did you get this one? I said, it's okay to be picky sometimes. For pronunciation, notice I use the contraction it's. This is the contraction of it is. It's okay. It's okay to be. But I didn't say it's okay to be picky. I said to be. So an unstressed to. It's okay to be picky. It's okay to be picky. Now don't confuse this expression to be picky with our last expression to nitpick. Yes, they both use the word pick, but they are totally different expressions. This expression, to be picky, this describes someone who has very strong preferences about what they like and don't like. For example, most young kids are picky. I don't know about you, but when I was a young kid, 5 years old, 10 years old, there were many food items that I did not eat. My diet was very simple. I had a small number of things that I liked to eat, and I had a very large number of things that I did not like to eat. So as a child, I was picky when it came to food, when it came to eating. What about you? Were you a picky eater? Were you picky about your food when you were a child? Or maybe you still are right now. Some adults are picky as well. In our original example, I said it's okay to be picky sometimes. It's okay, that means it is acceptable. It's acceptable to be picky, to have those strong preferences about what you like and don't like sometimes. For example, it's okay to be picky when it comes to a job, choosing a job. You should have very strong preferences about what you want that job to have, the qualities of that job, and that's okay. Choosing a job, choosing a house, you should definitely be picky. Have very strong preferences. And choosing a spouse, maybe that's the ultimate one. You should be very picky when you choose a spouse because you're with that person for your entire life. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. I'm beat, let's call it a day. I'm beat, let's call it a day. I'm beat, let's call it a day. Did you get this one? I said, I'm beat, let's call it a day. Let's talk about the contraction at the beginning. I'm, of course, this is I am, I'm beat, I'm beat. I'm beat, let's call it. But with linking, we're going to combine those sounds so it sounds like call it, call it. So call lit, but then we have to say it as one word. Call it, call it, call it a day, call it a day, call it a day. I'm beat, let's call it a day. To be beat, I'm beat, this means to be very tired, to be exhausted. So instead of saying, I'm very tired, you can say, I'm beat, we're beat, the verb to be. Now let's talk about the expression, let's call it a day. To call it a day, this is an expression used to say that you're going to stop working for the day. And you stop working for the day because you've completed enough work, you've done what you've needed to do, or simply because everyone is exhausted, everyone is beat, and it isn't productive anymore to keep working. So maybe it's 3 o'clock and technically the day ends at 5 o'clock, but everyone is so tired, everyone is beat, that they're just not thinking clearly anymore. So you might say, let's call it a day. Let's just stop working for today and we'll get a good night's sleep. We'll come back tomorrow and begin again. You could combine this with our expression like crazy, which means a lot. And you could say, we've been working like crazy all week. Let's call it a day. So again, maybe it's Friday at 2 o'clock and technically you're supposed to work until 5, but because you've been working like crazy all week, let's just call it a day and stop working now. Are you ready for another listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. You shouldn't be so nosy. You shouldn't be so nosy. You shouldn't be so nosy. Did you get this one? I said you shouldn't be so nosy. Here, notice I said shouldn't, you shouldn't be. This is a contraction of should not, shouldn't. You shouldn't be, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be so nosy. What does this mean? To be nosy, to be nosy. This is used to say that you're interested in what other people are doing or saying when you have no right to be interested in that. You have no right to know what other people are saying or doing because it doesn't involve you. A lot of people are nosy when it comes to their significant other's cell phone. They want to know what their significant other is looking at online, who they're talking to, who they're texting with, but ultimately, you have no right to that knowledge because that's your significant other's personal privacy. So if your significant other leaves their phone and goes to the bathroom or goes to another room and you pick up the phone and you try to look at it without them knowing, you are being nosy. And that's when someone can say, you shouldn't be so nosy. Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. Being nosy is one of my pet peeves. Being nosy is one of my pet peeves. Being nosy is one of my pet peeves. Did you get this one? I said being nosy is one of my pet peeves. And now you know what nosy means, so I don't have to explain that. Being nosy. Notice how this is a gerund statement. A sentence that starts with a gerund verb, a verb in ing. Being nosy. Gerund statements are used to make general statements. So in general, being nosy is one of my pet peeves. What is a pet peeve? A pet peeve is something that especially annoys you. So there are many things that annoy you, but a pet peeve is whenever that one thing happens, it really annoys you. So I Googled this, and according to Google, the top 3 pet peeves, things that especially annoy people, the top 3 pet peeves are loud chewing. So if your coworker is, or your kids, your husband or wife, loud chewing. Is that one of your pet peeves? Number 2, according to Google, is bad manners. So if you have bad manners, it means you're not polite. So if someone holds the door open for you in North America, it's considered polite to say thank you to that person. So if you hold a door open for someone and the other person, they go right in and they don't say thank you to you, that would be an example of bad manners in North America. And the person who held the door open would be annoyed because that's one of their pet peeves. And number 3, according to Google, is clutter. Clutter describes when a room is very disorganized or messy. So if there were things all over my office, papers everywhere, things were not neat and organized, that would be clutter. What about you? What's your pet peeve? Share your pet peeve in the comments below. Now let's do an imitation exercise where you're going to imitate my pronunciation. So you're going to listen to me say the sentence, and then you are going to repeat the sentence out loud. So say the sentence out loud and try to match my pronunciation. And then you'll repeat that 3 times for each sentence. So let's do that right now. My mom nitpicks like crazy. My mom nitpicks like crazy. My mom nitpicks like crazy. It's okay to be picky sometimes. It's okay to be picky sometimes. It's okay to be picky sometimes. I'm beat, let's call it a day. I'm beat, let's call it a day. I'm beat, let's call it a day. You shouldn't be so nosy. You shouldn't be so nosy. You shouldn't be so nosy. Being nosy is one of my pet peeves. Being nosy is one of my pet peeves. Being nosy is one of my pet peeves. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. We should have had a backup plan. We should have had a backup plan. We should have had a backup plan. I said we should have had a backup plan. Let's talk about the pronunciation. Notice I said we shoulda. We shoulda had. Should have. Native speakers, we combine this to sound like shoulda. Shoulda. Notice that L is silent. Shoulda. Shoulda. We shoulda. We shoulda had. Should have had. We shoulda had a backup plan. Let's take a look at the linking between back up. This is how native speakers combine sounds, so 2 separate words will sound like one word. Back up, back up. So we take the sound from back, the last sound, and we transfer it to the next sound, up, back up. But you have to combine those sounds together so it sounds like one word. Back up, back up. Backup plan, backup plan. We should have had a backup plan. Now, what is a backup plan? A backup plan is an alternative plan that you can use if your original plan fails. Let's say you're going to present at a conference or a meeting. So you bring your computer and your presentation is on the computer. That's your original plan. That's plan A. But it's always smart to have a backup plan. This could be your backup plan. You can put your presentation on a USB, a memory stick, so if there's any issues with your computer, you have a plan B, a backup plan. And then you can say, my computer wouldn't connect to their equipment, but thankfully I had my presentation on a USB. Thankfully, I had a backup plan. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Her comment really pissed me off. Her comment really pissed me off. Her comment really pissed me off. I said, her comment really pissed me off. Let's look at the pronunciation of pissed, because here this is an ED, a past simple verb, but the sound of that ED is a very soft T, pissed, pissed. Now when we say this in a sentence and there are words that come after, you almost don't hear that T. So you can't really distinguish that it's in the past simple. It's the context of the sentence that will make it obvious that it is the past. Her comment really pissed me off. Now, what does this mean? To piss someone off, this means to make someone really angry. Now, note that this is an informal expression and it can also be considered impolite. It would be considered impolite if your name is Mark and I said, Mark, you're really pissing me off. That would be impolite. But native speakers commonly use this to complain about people. So I could be talking to my husband or my best friend and say, Mark really pissed me off today. In that context, it's not impolite, but it would be impolite to look directly at someone and say, you really piss me off. So don't do that. Now, we also use this in the structure to be pissed off. The pronunciation is the same, pissed off, to be pissed off. This is simply to be really angry. For example, I was so pissed off when I came home to a completely dirty house, even though my kids promised to clean up after the party. Do you want to do another listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. Take what she says with a grain of salt. Take what she says with a grain of salt. Take what she says with a grain of salt. I said, take what she says with a grain of salt. Here, the pronunciation is clear, but if you don't know what this idiom means, then you won't understand it. So the idiom is to take something with a grain of salt. We use this to say that you shouldn't believe everything someone tells you because it might not be true. So let's say your friend tells you that, oh, Gina says she'll help me move this weekend. But from your experience, Gina likes to make a lot of promises, but she doesn't always follow up with those promises. She doesn't always fulfill those promises. Then you might say, take what she says with a grain of salt. You're letting your friend know that Gina might not actually do what she says. And let's focus on the grammar here. What do you notice about this sentence? Take what she says with a grain of salt. What verb tense is this in? We're using the imperative. Take is in the imperative because the sentence begins with a base verb. There's no subject here. That's how you can identify the imperative. And the imperative is used to give instructions, orders, or suggestions. So I'm suggesting that my friend take what she says with a grain of salt. Your next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. It's high time we let her go. It's high time we let her go. It's high time we let her go. I said, it's high time we let her go. For pronunciation, let's talk about let her go. Let her go. Here, notice how her sounds like You don't hear the H, but I also attach it to the word before. So I link those sounds together. Let her, let her, let her, let her go. Let her go. It's high time we let her go. Let's look at the expression, it's high time. When you say it's high time that something should happen, you're saying that something should happen now and not later. And when you use this expression, you also suggest that it should have already happened. So we shoulda already let her go. But we didn't, so we should do it now because it's high time we let her go. Coming back to our example, it's high time you let her go. Now, to let someone go, this is an alternative way of saying to fire someone. When you fire someone, they permanently stop working for the company. So when you let someone go, they permanently stop working for the company. It's high time we let her go. Remember, you're suggesting you should have let her go a while ago. So now you better do it. Let's do one last listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. He looked a little frazzled. He looked a little frazzled. He looked a little frazzled. I said, he looked a little frazzled. Let's talk about pronunciation. A little, little. Native speakers, we don't pronounce T's between 2 vowels. It will be either a very soft D, little, little, dull, or you just won't hear it, lil, lil. A little, a little. And notice the is connected to it. A lil, a lil, a little. He looked a little frazzled. Frazzled, here it's a past simple ed verb, but the pronunciation is a very soft D, and you almost don't hear it. Frazzled, very soft, frazzled, frazzled. To be frazzled or to look frazzled, this is when you are or look very tired, but you also look very worried or anxious. So I might look frazzled if you see me, and normally my hair is nice and in a nice position, but you see me and my hair is crazy. I have makeup a little bit under my eyes. Maybe my shirt is a little messy as well, and visibly you can see that I might look frazzled. And then obviously I'll look very tired and maybe like very worried and anxious. So you might see it visibly in my appearance, and you can see it on my facial expression as well. So if you see a coworker that looks frazzled, you might say, "Are you okay? You look a little frazzled." Amazing job improving your listening skills of fast English. Now let's improve your pronunciation. Let's do an imitation exercise. I'm going to say each sentence again, but I'm going to pause, and then I want you to repeat the sentence out loud and try to follow my pronunciation exactly. So try to imitate my pronunciation. And I'll say each sentence 3 times. So I want you to repeat it out loud 3 times. We should have had a backup plan. We should have had a backup plan. We should have had a backup plan. Her comment really pissed me off. Her comment really pissed me off. Her comment really pissed me off. Take what she says with a grain of salt. Take what she says with a grain of salt. Take what she says with a grain of salt. It's high time we let her go. It's high time we let her go. It's high time we let her go. He looked a little frazzled. He looked a little frazzled. He looked a little frazzled. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. I can't believe she sprung that on me. I can't believe she sprung that on me. I can't believe she sprung that on me. I said, I can't believe she sprung that on me. For this listening exercise, I don't think the pronunciation is difficult to understand, but you have to know this expression and understand what this expression means. So the expression I used is to spring something on someone. I can't believe she sprung. Sprung is the past simple of the verb spring. To spring, sprung. She sprung that. That is the something on me. When you spring something on someone, you suddenly ask or tell someone something that they weren't expecting. So let's say there is a presentation taking place 1 hour from right now. And my coworker was supposed to do this presentation. But just now, 1 hour before the presentation, my boss says, "Oh, by the way, Jennifer, I want you to do the presentation." In 1 hour. And I'm not prepared for this at all. I wasn't expecting it. Then I can say, I can't believe she sprung that on me. And that represents that I have to give the presentation in 1 hour. Our next listening test, I'll say it 3 times. It's supposed to rain on and off today. It's supposed to rain on and off today. It's supposed to rain on and off today. I said, it's supposed to rain on and off today. First, let's talk about pronunciation. Here we have a contraction, it's. It's supposed to. It's as a contraction represents it is. It's supposed to. Now notice here, supposed to. Suppose is spelled with an ED. It's an ED verb, but you don't hear it at all. It's supposed to. Supposed to. Supposed to. But it's always spelled with an ED verb when the expression is to be supposed to. Now, many students forget the verb to be in this expression. Don't forget the verb to be. It's grammatically incorrect. It is supposed to. I was supposed to. She is supposed to. We are supposed to. Don't forget that verb to be and conjugate your verb to be. It's supposed to rain on and off. On and off. Notice here, the and, you don't hear it at all. It sounds just like a On, off. On, off. On, off. And then you combine that together. On and off. On and off. It's supposed to rain on and off today. When something happens on and off, it means it only happens some of the time of a total time. So in our expression, the total time is today. But if I say it's supposed to rain on and off today, I know that it is not going to rain the total time, but it is going to rain some of the time. And I don't know when it's going to rain. So it might rain for 1 hour, stop for 3 hours, rain for 2 hours, stop for 1 hour, rain for 2 hours, and then stop again. That would be on and off. We commonly use this expression with rain because rain frequently happens on and off. It doesn't happen for the total time of a timeline. But we can also use this expression for other activities as well. For example, I worked as a waitress on and off when I was a student. So I have the total time I was a student, 4 years. And I worked as a waitress. But if I say on and off, it means that I did not work as a waitress the entire time I was a student, so 4 years. Perhaps I worked for 4 months during the summer, and then I didn't work. I focused on school, and then maybe I worked for 2 months, and then I stopped. I worked again for 6 months, and then I stopped. I worked as a waitress on and off. Our next listening test, I'll say it 3 times. I got the gist of it. I got the gist of it. I got the gist of it. I said, I got the gist of it. Here, let's talk about how gist of it, the sounds are combined. The sounds are linked together. And this sounds like gist of it. So I take the last sound on a word and I transfer it to the next sound to help me combine the sounds together. Gist of it, gist of it, gist of it. I got the gist of it. What does this mean? Well, the gist of something is the main idea of something. So if you say, I got the gist of it, here the verb get means understand. I understand, or in the past, I understood the main idea of it. But when you say, I get the gist of it, or I got the gist of it, you're letting the person know that you understand the main idea, but you don't necessarily understand all the smaller details or all the details. You just understand the main idea. For example, her lecture was complicated, but I got the gist of it. So perhaps you're learning something new, and for you, it's complicated. For me, something complicated would be to do with math or science. So if I went to a physics lecture or a quantum mechanics lecture, maybe I understand the overall idea of the lecture, but I don't really understand all the small details. I just have an overall understanding of the main idea. I got the gist of it. Are you ready for your next listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. Just a heads up that I'm running late. Just a heads up that I'm running late. Just a heads up that I'm running late. I said, just a heads up that I'm running late. For pronunciation, let's talk about heads up, how it combines and links together. Heads up, heads up. So notice that S on heads, when I combine it with my vowel sound in up, I use a z, z to combine that together, and it sounds like one word. Heads up, heads up, heads up. Just a heads up that I'm running late. When you give someone a heads up, so the expression just a heads up, this is used to give someone advanced warning of something. So I'm letting the person know in advance that I'm going to be late, and you use the expression heads up to identify that you're giving a warning. And the expression to run late, this is what native speakers use when we're late. So to be late, we're going to be late, you can use run late. And we commonly use this in the present continuous. I'm running late. Right now, I'm running late, which means I am late, and therefore I'm going to be late for my next appointment, which is likely with you, and that's why I'm giving you a heads up. A native speaker would commonly send a quick text message to a coworker or their boss and say, heads up, running late, stuck in traffic. So I say heads up, letting you know it's advance warning. Running late, this is just the essential information, running late. And then stuck in traffic, that's the reason why I'm running late. And now you know I'm not going to be at our scheduled meeting because I'm running late. Are you ready for your last listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. Here's my quick take on it. Here's my quick take on it. Here's my quick take on it. I said, here's my quick take on it. Let's talk about how the sounds combine for the 3 words, take on it. And it sounds like one word, take on it. Take-on it. But you have to combine those sounds together. Take on it, take on it. So that's how we transfer sounds. We link the sounds together so 3 individual words can sound like one word. Take on it. Here's my quick take on it. Now, one's take on something, my take on it, this is simply one's opinion or idea on something specific. This is commonly used to ask someone's opinion when you're discussing something specific. For example, what's your take on the company's decision to pay for language classes? So let's say your company decided to pay for your language classes. That's amazing, right? So that's the it. What's your take on it? The it is the company's decision to pay for language classes. What's your take on it? I'm asking you, what's your opinion on this initiative? To answer, you can simply state your opinion. I think it's an amazing idea. So now I want you to practice pronunciation so you can really get comfortable with moving your mouth and producing these sounds at a faster pace. So let's do an imitation exercise. I am going to say each sentence again 3 times, and I want you to repeat it out loud and try to get your pronunciation as close to mine as possible. I can't believe she sprung that on me. I can't believe she sprung that on me. I can't believe she sprung that on me. It's supposed to rain on and off today. It's supposed to rain on and off today. It's supposed to rain on and off today. I got the gist of it. I got the gist of it. I got the gist of it. Just a heads up that I'm running late. Just a heads up that I'm running late. Just a heads up that I'm running late. Here's my quick take on it. Here's my quick take on it. Here's my quick take on it. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. That's out of our budget. That's out of our budget. That's out of our budget. Did you get this one? I said that's out of our budget. Let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Notice that's. This is a contraction of that is, that's. Now we have out of. We can combine these 2 sounds together and it will sound like outa, outa. That's outa our budget, our. Notice the word is our because it's a possessive, our budget. The budget belongs to us, but I pronounce it just as a very unstressed our budget, our budget. But based on the context, it's obvious that it's not the verb to be, are, and it is in fact our, the possessive. That's out of our budget. Do you know what this means? The expression to be, the verb to be, that is, to be out of one's budget. So we need a possessive here, one's budget. That's another way of simply saying that something is too expensive. The cost exceeds what you're either willing to pay or what you're able to pay. Now, of course, you have a budget for your household, and you can often use the expression, oh, sorry, that's out of our budget, to say that you're not willing or able to pay for that item. But there's a budget in the workplace, for example, as well. So let's say you wanted a standing desk. So a standing desk is a desk that you're able to raise so you can work at it standing up because it's more comfortable and it's better for you. So you ask your boss, can you buy me a standing desk? But your boss says no. And he might say, oh, sorry, that's out of our budget. So this doesn't necessarily mean the company doesn't have the money to buy you a standing desk, but they're unwilling to buy you a standing desk. They don't want to spend the money. So remember, it can be unable because you don't have the money, or unwilling. You have the money, but you don't want to spend it on that specific item. Sorry, that's out of our budget.
I found one for sale, but it's out of my budget.
Do you see a budget? I don't see a budget.
Let's try this again with another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. Money's no object. Money's no object. Money's no object. This one was easy, right? I said money is no object. Notice at the beginning here, monies. Money is, this is a contraction, monies. Money's no object. Now it's important that you hear these contractions because they're necessary for grammar, because the expression is to be no object. Money is no object. If you don't hear that contraction, then the sentence won't make sense grammatically. This is an expression that means the opposite of what we just learned. If you say money is no object, it means that the cost of something is not a concern or a limitation. So basically, you're saying, I'm willing to pay any price for this specific item. It's common to use this in specific situations. Maybe it's your husband or your wife, your best friend, your mother's birthday, and it's a very special birthday. So on this specific occasion, for planning that special someone's birthday, money's no object. So you might say, can you recommend somewhere special for my husband's birthday? Now, when someone recommends something, of course, they're going to think about the price. So you can tell the person, and money is no object. So they know that they can recommend the most expensive restaurant and you're comfortable with that in this specific situation. Or maybe in our last example, you asked your boss to buy you a standing desk and he said, okay, sure, we'll buy you a standing desk. So you can go into the store and you can say, my boss is paying for this desk, so money's no object.
Money's no object, as you probably know.
Sure, money's no object.
Okay.
I told you, money's no object.
Let's try this again with another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. I'm beyond livid. I'm beyond livid. I'm beyond livid. I said, I'm beyond livid. For pronunciation, just notice that contraction, I'm beyond livid. What does livid mean? Well, it's an adjective that means extremely angry. I'm livid. Now, when we add beyond, this is an intensifier. So extremely angry, livid is already very intense, but if you add beyond livid, it makes it 10 times stronger. I'm extremely angry. I'm beyond livid. Just remember to conjugate that verb to be. So if you're speaking about a past emotion, you could say, I was beyond livid when my boss denied my desk reimbursement. So here, a desk reimbursement is when you pay for something, and if you're reimbursed, it means someone gives you that money after, usually your company. But in this case, your boss denied your desk reimbursement, even though in the last example, you bought the most expensive desk because remember, money was no object, but now you have to pay for that very expensive desk. So that's why you were beyond livid. You can use beyond to intensify any emotion, any adjective. She was beyond happy when she passed her IELTS.
I'm beyond awful.
I'm beyond scared. That is beyond exciting.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. Her comment's been gnawing at me. Her comment's been gnawing at me. Her comment's been gnawing at me. I said her comment has been gnawing at me. In spoken English, it's very common to take that auxiliary verb has and form a contraction with the subject. This is more informal, but it happens most of the time by native speakers in spoken English. Her comment's been gnawing at me. So you have to hear that auxiliary verb in the contraction. But the sentence structure tells you that the contraction is there because grammatically it's required. Now, in written English, it would be more common and proper to say her comment has been gnawing at me. But even if I were to see that in written form, if I were to read it out loud, I would just automatically form that contraction in spoken English. Notice that pronunciation for gnawing, that G is silent. Gnawing, gnawing. Her comment's been gnawing at me. What does this mean? The expression is to gnaw at someone. When something gnaws at someone, it means that something really irritates or bothers that person. That something really preoccupies your thoughts, which means you keep thinking about it, you can't get it out of your head. So maybe you were telling your coworker how you bought the most expensive desk because money was no object, or so you thought, but then your boss denied your desk reimbursement and you were beyond livid. You were telling this whole story to your coworker, and instead of sympathy, your coworker said, "I told you not to buy the most expensive desk." And that comment, what your coworker said, has been gnawing at you, which means you keep thinking about it. It keeps bothering you and irritating you. You can't get it out of your mind, even though it happened hours ago, days ago, or weeks ago. It's been gnawing at you.
Something was still gnawing at me.
It's secretly gnawing away at you.
Like, no, why didn't he?
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation and imitate how a native speaker would say each sentence. I'll say each sentence again 3 times, and I want you to repeat that sentence out loud to practice your pronunciation. That's out of our budget. That's out of our budget. That's out of our budget. Money's no object. Money's no object. Money's no object. I'm beyond livid. I'm beyond livid. I'm beyond livid. Her comment's been gnawing at me. Her comment's been gnawing at me. Her comment's been gnawing at me. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. I said, looks like we're back to square one. Did you get that one? Let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Notice the contraction, were. This is we are as a contraction, were. Now, notice how unstressed my pronunciation is. It sounds like were, not we're, were. This is how native speakers say it at a natural pace. We're back, we're back, we're back. We're back to, this sounds like to in real English, to. We're back to square one. We're back to square one. Now, what does this mean? To be back to square one. Well, square one on a board game is the beginning of a board game. So when you're back to square one, it means you're back to the beginning. And you're back to the beginning, the start, because you tried something and it didn't work. So you had a failed attempt and you have to try again. Looks like we're back to square one. It looks like we have to start again from the beginning because our first attempt failed. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I said, I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. First, let's talk about don't know. At a natural pace, this sounds like don't know, I don't know, I don't know, don't know, I don't know. I don't know if we can, notice here, we can trust. When can is the auxiliary verb, so it's not the main verb, we reduce this to kin. And it's very unstressed sound. I don't know if we can trust, if we can trust. And notice you hear trust more because it's the main verb, and can, which sounds like kin, is very short. Can trust, can trust. I don't know if we can trust her. Now, here we can get rid of that H sound and it just sounds like trust her. But then you combine it to the word before, trust her, trust her, trust her. I don't know if we can trust her. She's, this is a contraction for she is, she's pretty wishy-washy. What does wishy-washy mean? To be wishy-washy, this is when you have no clear or consistent ideas or decisions. We generally use this as an adjective to describe someone who changes their mind, changes the decision that they make frequently. So that's why you don't know if you can trust her, because she says she's going to come to your party or help you move, but because she's wishy-washy, tomorrow she might change her mind and say, oh, actually, I'm not coming to the party, or I'm not going to help you move. But then maybe the next day she changes her mind again and she does come to your party. She's wishy-washy. I don't know if I can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. I said, you got to give him props. He's a real trooper. You got to sounds like gotta. You gotta give him. Same thing we saw with her. Get rid of the H and it will sound like im. But you can combine it to the word before. Give him, give him, give him. You gotta give him props. This is a contraction, he's a real trooper. Now, what does this mean? To give someone props, this is when you give someone respect, credit, or recognition. So let's say a coworker of yours gets a really big client. Well, if you want to give your coworker credit or recognition, you could say, oh, we gotta give him props. And then you can celebrate his big achievement. Let's talk about he's a real trooper. When you describe someone as a trooper, to be a trooper, this is someone who perseveres through hardship or difficulty. So they persevere, they keep going, they don't give up, they don't quit, they persevere. And this is why you gotta give him props, because he didn't quit, even though it was difficult, because he's a real trooper. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. I said our successes and failures were writ large. Notice our. I did not pronounce this as our. I said R. A very reduced sound, R. Our successes, our successes. Our successes and failures. Here, and, when and comes between 2 nouns or even 2 verbs, we reduce it to n. Our successes and failures. Coffee and tea, successes and failures. Our successes and failures were writ Did you spell this starting with a R or with a W? The W is silent, just like in the word right. The W is silent. But in spelling, it's there. In pronunciation, it isn't. Writ large. What does writ large mean? This is an adjective that simply means to be very obvious. So our successes and failures were very obvious. Why is that? Perhaps we work for a public company, and when we fail, the general public knows we failed. But also when we succeed, the general public knows we succeeded because our successes and failures are writ large. They're very obvious. Are you ready for your last listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. I said, with a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. Did you hear that contraction? It'll. It will sounds like it'll. It's a very soft sound. It's easy to miss that will. It'll be. But without it, the sentence wouldn't be grammatically correct. If I said it be, that isn't correct. It will be. It'll be. It'll be good to go. Just like we saw before, to is a reduced sound, an unstressed sound, to. Good to go, to go, good to go, good to go. What does this mean? With a few tweaks, tweaks are changes, small changes. So let's say you're writing a report and your boss or coworker wants you to remove this section and add this information. That would be a tweak, You need to make a small change, a tweak. With a few tweaks, with a few changes, it'll be good to go. When something is good to go, it means it's ready. And we use this in 2 contexts, ready to leave or ready to start doing something. So let's say you and your friend are going to the movies. Your friend could text you and say, good to go? Are you ready to leave? And in this case, it could be, are you ready to leave your house to meet me at the movies? Good to go? Good to go? We use this a lot as native speakers. In this context, it'll be good to go. Something can also be good to go in the context of it's ready to start doing something. For example, the new website will be good to go on Monday, which means the new website will be ready to start doing something, ready to start receiving visitors, ready to be available to the public. The new website will be good to go on Monday. Now, the new website as a subject is it. So if you already know you're talking about the website, you can say it'll be good to go. Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice these natural pronunciation changes and practice these new expressions. I'll say each sentence again 3 times in a row, and I want you to imitate my pronunciation. Try to say it just like me, get all those pronunciation changes. And I want you to say this out loud. So you can do this as many times as you like to practice. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. They've been bickering all day. They've been bickering all day. They've been bickering all day. Did you get this one? I said they've been bickering all day. Let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Notice I have they've. This is a contraction. They have, they've. Native speakers use contractions in spoken English almost 100% of the time, so you need to be very, very comfortable hearing the contraction because it affects the grammar of the sentence. You need to have they have been bickering because that shows the grammar, and the grammar is the present perfect continuous. So if you didn't have that, it would be grammatically incorrect. They've been bickering all day. Now notice I said been, a very unstressed been. This is how we pronounce the past participle of the verb be, been, in American English. I don't speak British English, but I believe in British English they pronounce it more stressed, been, but in American English we don't do that. We just say been. They've been bickering all day. Now, to understand fast English outside of the classroom, you need to hear the individual words, but you also have to understand the meaning of the words. So let's talk about the verb to bicker. This is when you argue about things that are not important. The concept of bickering is extremely common and everyone does it, and we usually do it with people we spend the most time with, our family, our spouses, husbands and wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, our close friends, our coworkers that we spend a lot of time with. Anytime you spend a lot of time with someone, it's common that you'll bicker. But it's different from fighting, because when you're fighting with someone, usually there's a strong emotion involved, but when you bicker, you don't really have that emotion. It's less serious because the things you're arguing about, fighting about, are not actually important. Like I said, this can be very common in the workplace when you spend a lot of time with your coworkers. So maybe you're in a meeting and you've been discussing an issue for hours with your coworkers, but people start bickering. They start arguing about things that aren't important. You could say, we didn't get anything done today because we bickered all meeting.
We argue, we bicker. Yeah, we bicker.
Either. Yeah, well, we were bickering because they were bickering.
Mark, your kids are bickering.
Let's try this again with another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. That street's pretty sketchy. That street's pretty sketchy. That street's pretty sketchy. How'd you do with this one? I said, that street's pretty sketchy. Did you hear that streets, the S? Well, that is the verb to be in a contraction form. The street is the streets. The street's pretty sketchy. Again, it's extremely important that you hear these contractions for grammar, because we need the verb to be grammatically. The sentence would sound very awkward if you didn't have it, because it would be grammatically incorrect. That street's pretty sketchy. Sketchy, 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 sketchy. Let's talk about to be sketchy. That street is our verb to be sketchy. This is used to say that something is not completely safe. So by saying that street's pretty sketchy, I am saying that street doesn't look completely safe. I don't think that street is safe. So I'm saying we shouldn't go down that street. We should avoid that street. Now, why would I say this street is sketchy? This is an adjective that native speakers use a lot. If I say a street's sketchy, it's most likely because it's dark or lacks lighting. There aren't a lot of people around. There's broken glass or broken windows. Or there are a lot of abandoned buildings on that street. It could be all of those reasons, or it could be just one of those reasons for me to say that street doesn't look safe. That street's pretty sketchy. I could say, let's take another street. This one looks sketchy. So I can also use the verb look sketchy, but I have to conjugate it. This street looks sketchy. Or let's say your friend or your husband or your wife came to you and said, hey, I heard this amazing business proposal today. All we need to do is invest $1,000 and we're guaranteed $100,000. And you could say, that sounds sketchy. So notice here the verb is to sound sketchy. And you're saying the idea, the plan, the business proposal doesn't sound completely safe. We also use this to describe people. He's a sketchy guy, or he's sketchy, she's sketchy. In this case, you're saying the person isn't safe, which means you can't trust the person. So with people, it's a way of saying, I don't think I can trust him. She's sketchy, he's sketchy.
Seems a little sketchy. You're kind of sketchy. Laundry to some sketchy laundromat?
Let's try another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. You must have seen it. You must have seen it. You must have seen it. Did you get this one? You must have seen it. But notice, I didn't actually say have. I reduced that entirely to just You musta. You musta. I could also reduce it to more of an of sound, which is very commonly done by native speakers. You must have. You must have. You must have seen it. Notice for seen it, I use that that N sound to connect the 2 words together. Seen it, seen it, seen it. So you hear a N in front of it. It sounds like knit. But if you say those 2 words together, it blends together. Seen it, seen it. You must have seen it. Now let's talk about the grammar of this. Must is a modal verb, and grammatically you need must plus base verb, which is the verb without to. So grammatically, you need must have. In written English, you must use must have seen it, because that's grammatically correct. But in spoken English, it will sound like must a or must of. But in written English, if you wrote you must a or of, it would be incorrect grammatically. So just remember what I'm explaining is for spoken English.
You must have seen it 200 times.
You must have seen it too, Clark.
You must have seen them here.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. What's the ETA? What's the ETA? What's the ETA? I said, what's the ETA? Of course, we have what's. That's a contraction of what is. What's. What's the. Now, because ETA, it begins with a vowel sound, E, I could say either the or the, because we do a more stressed the when the next word starts in a vowel, but this isn't a rule that native speakers follow all the time. But if I did a more stressed E in the, it would really blend together with ETA, the ETA, and it would almost sound like it's just one word, the ETA, because I wouldn't really repeat the E on ETA, the ETA. I believe in my example, when I did the listening test, I think the first time I did it more of the ETA, and the second time I did it more of the ETA, and the sounds blended together. Let's listen to that again and see what I did. What's the ETA? What's the ETA? What's the ETA? Now, ultimately, either way that you pronounce it, the ETA or the ETA, is fine. Now, you're probably wondering, well, what's ETA? This stands for estimated time of arrival. So your ETA, the ETA, or someone, something's ETA is the estimated time of arrival for that someone or something, when it's expected to arrive. So let's say we're talking about a project and your boss wants to know when this project will arrive in his inbox or on his desk. He could say, what's the ETA? And he could just say the if it's obvious you're talking about the project. He could say, what's your ETA? Because you're the one submitting the project. Or he could say, what's the project's ETA? So the ETA belongs to the project, so you need that possessive. What's the project's ETA? And they all have the same meaning. We commonly use this with friends or coworkers, family members, to let them know when we're going to arrive. So let's say you were supposed to be at your family's house at 7 o'clock for dinner, but you're running late. You could send them a text message and say, running late. Google says my ETA is 6:42 or 15 minutes. Now, Google says, because when you put something in a GPS, Google will tell you, or whatever you use, Google will tell you when you're expected to arrive. That's your ETA.
What's their ETA?
Okay, ETA?
ETA, 11 minutes.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation as well. So I'm going to say each sentence again, and then I want you to repeat the sentence out loud and try to imitate my pronunciation as closely as possible. And I'll say each sentence 3 times. Let's do that right now. They've been bickering all day. They've been bickering all day. They've been bickering all day. That street's pretty sketchy. That street's pretty sketchy. That street's pretty sketchy. You must have seen it. You must have seen it. You must have seen it. What's the ETA? What's the ETA? What's the ETA? Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. We need to nip this in the bud. We need to nip this in the bud. We need to nip this in the bud. Did you get this one? I said we need to nip this in the bud. Now let's talk about need. Notice that I didn't pronounce the D, need. Because if I do that, it forces me to take a pause, which slows me down. So if you don't pronounce that D at the end, you'll be able to speak faster. We need ta. Notice how to becomes more of an unstressed ta. We need to nip this sin. So notice here, we have this in, and again, I can connect those together, and I can take that S sound and I can add it to the beginning of in because it begins in a vowel. This sin. And it sounds like one word, this sin. This in the bud.
You need to nip this in the bud.
Now, what does this mean? When you nip something in the bud, it means you stop something before it becomes serious or permanent. And that something that you want to stop is a negative behavior or a problem or some sort of issue. I use this expression with my little kitty, Sasha. When she was just a kitten, she used to scratch at the furniture. Now, obviously, this is a negative behavior that I want to stop. And if I let her keep scratching, then it will become a permanent habit, a permanent behavior. So I needed to nip her scratching in the bud. I needed to nip it in the bud. So maybe there's an issue or a problem that you want to nip in the bud. For my students, I would say you need to nip your fear of public speaking in the bud, which means you need to stop it when it's just a small fear. Because if you let it grow and grow and grow and grow, it's going to be a lot more difficult to overcome. So you need to nip your fear of public speaking in the bud. So if you're with me, put that in the comments. Nip fear in the bud. Nip fear in the bud, put that in the comments. And I certainly hope that my channel and these lessons help you do that.
I just want to nip any problems in the bud.
Gotta nip this thing in the bud.
Going to nip this thing in the bud.
You need to nip this in the bud.
Let's try this again with another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. Don't blow his comment out of proportion. Don't blow his comment out of proportion. Don't blow his comment out of proportion. Did you hear what I said? I said, don't blow his comment out of proportion. Don't is a contraction of do not. Don't. It'll help you speak faster. And again, drop that T so you don't take a pause. Don't blow. Blow is. Blow is. So notice on his, I drop that H and I combine those two together. Don't blow is comment. Out of, you can reduce those into one sound, outa. Don't blow is comment, outa proportion.
You're blowing this way out of proportion.
Now let's talk about the meaning here. When you blow something out of proportion, you make an event or a problem seem more serious than it is in reality. So let's say you have a job interview and it's going to be in English, but remember, you nipped fear in the bud, so you're not afraid to speak in public, right? But imagine that you didn't nip fear in the bud and you're stressing and you're anxious and you're nervous, but the event is going to a job interview in English and you make it seem like this big, terrible, scary event. So you could say, don't blow it out of proportion. Or if you're telling a friend how nervous you are about this job interview, your friend could say to you, you're blowing this way out of proportion. Now notice here I added way out of proportion. It's very common to add way to make it sound stronger, so to emphasize it.
You're blowing this way out of proportion.
Blow it way out of proportion.
You're blowing this way out of proportion.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. My client really chewed me out. My client really chewed me out. My client really chewed me out. How'd you do with this one? I said, my client really chewed me out. Now let's talk about chewed. Notice this is an ED verb, a past simple verb, but the pronunciation is a soft D, chewed. Now again, we can drop that sound when we're connecting it to other words so you don't really hear it. My client really chewed me out. And notice how I take me out and I combine them together. Now I use a soft y sound to combine 2 vowels, me out, yout. So I add a y in front of out, yout. But I combine it with me, so it sounds like one word, me out, me out. So you don't hear it when you're speaking at a fast pace, but if you slowed it down, you would hear the very slight y in front of out. My client really chewed me out.
Your boss just chewed me out.
The expression is to chew someone out, and this is when you tell someone angrily that they've done something wrong. So this is not a positive thing. Now notice the difference between these sentences. I chewed my assistant out. The client chewed me out. So notice the difference. In the first one, I chewed my assistant out. I'm giving the angry comments. The second one, my client chewed me out. I'm receiving the angry comments. Now, sometimes my students, maybe even you, sometimes my students chew me out in the comments section. They tell me angrily that I've done something wrong in the video. So please don't chew me out. Put that in the comments. I won't chew you out. I won't chew you out. Please don't chew me out. It's not very pleasant to read negative comments, so don't do it.
Chew me out about something.
More like chewed out. I've been chewed out before.
Wanted me to chew you out.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. We're not laying anyone off. We're not laying anyone off. We're not laying anyone off. Did you get this one? I said we're not laying anyone off. Now notice where, this is a contraction, we are, and notice how unstressed it is. We're not. Now, as a contraction, you could also say we aren't. So both of those contractions are common. I just chose to use where. We're not. We're not laying anyone off. Now notice how I can combine anyone off. Off starts with a vowel, and anyone, it ends on an N sound. So I can take that N and just add it in front of the vowel. Anyone off, anyone off. And it sounds more like one sound. To lay someone off, this is when a company stops employing someone because the company doesn't have the money or the work to employ that person anymore. So your manager or your boss could say to you, sorry, our sales are down, so we have to lay you off. Which means that they don't have the money to keep paying you, so they can't employ you anymore.
Talking about laying people off.
I had to lay them off.
I had to lay off 27 robots.
To lay someone off is the active form. It's the subject doing the action, but it's also very common to use the sentence structure to get laid off or to be laid off. And this is when you are receiving the action. So this is when you lose your job because your company doesn't have the money or the work. And remember, we use get for the transition from not laid off, so employed, to laid off, so the transition from employed to unemployed. That's to get laid off. Now, to be laid off, that's simply talking about your current state. So now you are unemployed.
I wasn't fired from my job. I was laid off.
I got laid off.
Wait, we're gonna get laid off?
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice these pronunciation changes and you can practice speaking fast just like a native speaker. So I'll say each sentence again 3 times, and I want you to repeat the sentence out loud and imitate my pronunciation. Here we go. We need to nip this in the bud. We need to nip this in the bud. We need to nip this in the bud. Don't blow his comment out of proportion. Don't blow his comment out of proportion. Don't blow his comment out of proportion. My client really chewed me out. My client really chewed me out. My client really chewed me out. We're not laying anyone off. We're not laying anyone off. We're not laying anyone off. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty. Did you get this one? I said I'm a little rusty. Now notice here, I'm using a contraction, I'm. This is I am I'm. Now let's talk about a little. Notice I didn't pronounce those T's. I pronounced them as soft D's. A little, little, the little. And I connected them together, a little, a little. Now, sometimes native speakers will completely drop those T's and they won't pronounce it at all, and it will sound like lil, lil. And then again, you connect it with the a lil, a lil. A little rusty, a little rusty.
I'm a little rusty.
Now, what does it mean to be a little rusty? Rusty is an adjective. So for sentence structure, you need to use the verb to be rusty. I'm a little rusty, she's a little rusty. This is when a skill or an ability isn't as good as it used to be. Why? Because of lack of practice. So pay attention, English learners, because you don't want to say, I'm a little rusty with my English. You don't want to say that. You definitely don't want to say, I haven't watched a JForrest English lesson in months, so my English is a little rusty. That doesn't describe you, right? So put in the comments, I'm not rusty, because you're watching this lesson right now, you're practicing your English, which means you're not rusty. I'm not rusty, put it in the comments. You can use this with any skill or ability. It's commonly used with sports. Let's say you play tennis, but it's winter right now, so you can't play tennis because it's winter. You might say, I haven't played tennis in 6 months, so I'm very rusty. So notice in the sentence, I said, I'm very rusty. You could also talk about the specific skill or ability. You could say, my serve, my tennis serve, my serve is very rusty.
Well, my Latin's a little rusty.
Like pretty rusty.
I'm very rusty.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. We tweaked the plan. We tweaked the plan. We tweaked the plan. Did you get this one? I said we tweaked the plan. Now notice the pronunciation of tweak. This is in the past simple, so it's an ed verb. But because the verb ends on a k, we need a soft t. So it's not tweaked, that's incorrect. It's tweaked, tweaked. But when you use this in a sentence and there are words after, you're going to drop that T sound entirely. So notice how tweaked the sounds in this sentence. We tweaked the plan. It just sounds like the present simple, tweak. It's the context that will make it obvious that I'm talking about a past action, not the pronunciation. What does it mean to tweak something? When you tweak something, you change it slightly, so just a little. And you do that to make it more correct or more effective.
Uncle Jim's tweaking the 5-phase plan.
So let's say your friend or coworker wants you to review a speech they wrote and you really like it, but you don't like the conclusion. You might say, your speech is great, but I'd tweak the conclusion if I were you. So you're suggesting that they make a slight change, a small change to the conclusion to make it better, more effective.
I do have one small tweak.
Sorry, you have a tweak?
Now we also use this to make the changes that we've made sound less significant, so to sound small. So if someone gets upset because you changed their speech or presentation or plan, you can say, oh no, I didn't change it, I just tweaked it. Which means you did change it, but you only did it slightly, a very small amount. I just tweaked it.
And we tweak it.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Keep an eye out for him. Keep an eye out for him. Keep an eye out for him. Did you hear what I said? I said keep an eye out for him. Now let's talk about an eye out. because native speakers will combine all these sounds together so it sounds like one, N-I-O, N-I-O. And notice that I didn't say for him. I dropped that H sound on him and it sounded like im, for him, for him. And then it also sounds like one word. Keep an eye out for him. Let's take a look at the grammar because notice keep, this is the base verb. So that means it's the imperative verb tense. And I'm using this because I'm giving an order or a command. Keep an eye out for him. I'm not asking, I'm telling.
Just keep an eye out.
This is an expression and it means that you watch carefully for someone or something. So let's say you're driving along and you have car troubles. Maybe you get a flat tire, so you have to pull to the side of the road. Now, while you're trying to fix the car, maybe you tell your friend, keep an eye out for other cars. So watch carefully for other cars so you can say, help, help, we need help. Or you might say, keep an eye out for snakes because maybe you're in the desert.
I'll keep an eye out.
We use this a lot in the workplace. Let's say you're expecting a delivery, but you have to leave to go to a meeting. You might say to your coworker, I'm going to a meeting, can you keep an eye out for the delivery? So you're asking your coworker to watch for the delivery, but watch carefully.
Keep an eye out.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. Can you show her the ropes? Can you show her the ropes? Can you show her the ropes? Do you know what I said? I said, can you show her the ropes? Now notice can, because this is an auxiliary verb, it's not the main verb, it's pronounced as kin. It's an unstressed sound, kin. Can you show? Because show is the main verb. Can you show her? Now here, her, same thing, we can drop that H and it will sound like Can you show her?
I'm happy to show her the ropes.
When you show someone the ropes, and notice ropes is always plural. When you show someone the ropes, this is an expression and we use it when you show someone how to do a job or an activity or a task. So if there's a new employee or a new member on your team, your boss might ask you, can you show her the ropes? And you can say, I'm happy to show her the ropes. And if you're the new employee receiving the training, after you can say, thanks so much for showing me the ropes.
Like no one showed me the ropes?
Don't worry, we showed her the ropes.
Then Dr. Yang is showing him the ropes.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation. I'm going to say each sentence 3 times and I want you to repeat each sentence out loud. I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty. We tweaked the plan. We tweaked the plan. We tweaked the plan. Keep an eye out for him. Keep an eye out for him. Keep an eye out for him. Can you show her the ropes? Can you show her the ropes? Can you show her the ropes? Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Maybe I'm just in a rut. Maybe I'm just in a rut. Maybe I'm just in a rut. Did you get this one? I said, maybe I'm just in a rut. Of course, I'm is a contraction. I am, I'm. And notice how in-a sounds like one word. In-a. I'm in a rut. In a rut. The expression here is to be in a rut. Now you can also say to be stuck in a rut. Stuck is optional. When you're in a rut, it means you've been doing an activity like your job or a hobby or a task. You've been doing it too long and you feel like you need to change.
Why are you in a rut?
same thing every day, knowing exactly what to expect, that's a rut.
So let's say every day you work all day, you eat dinner, but then at night, every night you watch Netflix. That could be your rut. We watch Netflix every night. We're stuck in a rut. We're in a rut.
Are we in a rut?
So to help you get out of that rut, you just need to do something different. So you might say, let's go to the park tonight. So instead of watching Netflix, you go to the park, you enjoy the beautiful day to help you get out of your rut.
You're a writer. Ruts are normal.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. My boss is stuck in his ways. My boss is stuck in his ways. My boss is stuck in his ways. How'd you do with this one? I said, my boss is stuck in his ways. Notice how boss is, we say it as one word, bosses, bosses. It's the exact same pronunciation as the plural form of the noun bosses. I have 2 bosses. But here with the verb to be, my boss is stuck in his ways, it's the exact same pronunciation. The expression to be stuck in one's ways. Notice ways is plural and it's one, possessive. My boss is stuck in his ways. This is when someone is unwilling to change how they do things or how they think about things.
Kind of stuck in his ways.
For example, my boss won't let me work remotely. He's stuck in his ways.
Because he's too stuck in his ways, Gloria. This is good for him.
So he has a specific way of thinking about how work should be done, and he's unwilling to change his thinking. Now, the same expression can also use the verb set, to be stuck or to be set in one's ways, and it has the exact same meaning.
Oh, you're young. Me, I'm set in my ways.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Need a hand? Need a hand? Need a hand? This one was easy, right? I said need a hand. And notice need a sounded like one word, need a. Need a hand?
Need a hand?
Grammatically, this is missing the auxiliary verb and the subject. Do you need a hand? But native speakers commonly drop that and just say, need a hand? And this is the same as saying, need any help? Do you need any help? Exactly the same meaning. Now to answer and to accept that help, you could say, sure, I could use a hand. And this is the same as, sure, I could use some help.
Hey, Tamar, I could really use a hand in here.
And if you want to request the assistance using this expression, you can say, can you give me a hand? Can you give me a hand? And this is the same as, can you help me? Can you help me?
Hey, Rach, can you give me a hand with this box?
And you can give me a hand right now by liking this video, subscribing to my channel, and sharing this video with your friends. That would really give me a hand. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. How can I get my foot in the door? How can I get my foot in the door? How can I get my foot in the door? Did you get this one? I said, how can I get my foot in the door? Do you know this expression? To get one's or a foot in the door. This is used when you join an organization, a company, you take a specific job that's at a low level, but you're doing that because you hope that low level will turn into a higher position. That's getting your foot in the door.
You've already got a foot in the door.
For example, I'm a journalist, but I took a job as a receptionist to get my foot in the door.
I was just trying to get one foot in the door.
But you have to be careful with this strategy because you don't want to say, I took this job 5 years ago to get my foot in the door, but now I'm stuck in a rut. That would mean that you're still a receptionist 5 years later, so you haven't moved up. So your strategy of taking a lower position to get your foot in the door hasn't been very successful. Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation. I'll say each sentence again, and I want you to repeat the sentence out loud. Let's do that now. Maybe I'm just in a rut. Maybe I'm just in a rut. Maybe I'm just in a rut. My boss is stuck in his ways. My boss is stuck in his ways. My boss is stuck in his ways. Need a hand? Need a hand? Need a hand? How can I get my foot in the door? How can I get my foot in the door? How can I get my foot in the door? Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. She has her presentation down pat. She has her presentation down pat. She has her presentation down pat. Did you get this one? I said she has her presentation down pat. Maybe you noticed that has her sounded like has-er, has-er. So we often drop the H on her, has-er, has-er. She has her. She has her presentation down pat. Now, what does down pat mean? To have something down pat is when you have information or a routine memorized perfectly. For example, I have my YouTube video creation process down pat. So you can think of the process as a routine. First I do this, then I do this, then I do this. And I have these steps memorized. I don't even need to think about what should I do to create a video. I have the process down pat. Now, if you have an upcoming speech, presentation, interview, you want to practice so you can memorize what you want to say. And then once you memorize it perfectly, you can say, I'm not nervous. I have my speech down pat. I have my speech perfectly memorized.
I have this whole Chloe thing down pat.
I got my routine down pat.
Generic, we've got every move down pat.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. We didn't have a lot of prep time. We didn't have a lot of prep time. We didn't have a lot of prep time. Could you dictate this one? I said we didn't have a lot of prep time. Of course, didn't is a contraction of did not. We didn't have a lot of. Native speakers will combine these sounds together and it will sound like a lotta, a lotta. We didn't have a lotta prep time. Prep is short for preparation. Native speakers will take this word preparation and shorten it to prep. Prep time simply means time to prepare. That is prep time. For example, the recipe looks delicious, but there's too much prep time. If there's too much prep time, it means it takes too long to prepare this recipe, so you don't want to do it. You could also say, I have to prep for my interview. In this case, prep is short for the verb prepare. I have to prepare for my interview. I have to prep for my interview.
You know what? We gotta prep. Prep time, let's go.
Go prep the patient. Including prep time? Just do it.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. I said, thanks for rejigging your schedule. Notice how for sounded like an unstressed fur. Thanks for. Thanks for rejigging. Your sounds unstressed your. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Let's talk about the verb to rejig. You probably don't know this. When you rejig something, You change and improve the arrangement of something. The arrangement is the order of something. So in our example, thanks for rejigging your schedule, maybe you moved a meeting from the morning to the afternoon so we could meet for coffee. And I appreciate that. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Or maybe in a meeting, you let your boss know we rejigged the presentation. Now the video comes before the graphs. So you change the order, the arrangement of the presentation. The video was here and now it's here. And you're doing this because you want to improve the presentation. We rejigged the presentation. Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. She spoils those kids rotten. She spoils those kids rotten. She spoils those kids rotten. Did you get this one? I said she spoils those kids rotten. When you spoil someone rotten, in this case, rotten is optional. You could just say spoil someone rotten. It means you do whatever they want you to do. You give them whatever they want. So when I say she spoils those kids rotten, generally this isn't considered a good thing because when kids are spoiled rotten, they often develop bad behaviors, bad manners as a result. So this sounds like a negative thing. However, I frequently say my kitties are spoiled rotten, and that is very true. Now notice here the grammar to be spoiled. Again, rotten is optional. You can use it or not use it. It doesn't change the meaning. In this case, to be spoiled, it means the same thing, to receive whatever you want, but it can also mean to be treated very well. Just remember, when we use this with children, is generally seen as a negative. But if you say, my husband spoils me rotten, my company spoils me rotten, I'm spoiled by my company, those sound more positive because it sounds like you're treated very well.
But we won't spoil. We won't spoil them.
It's so easy to please.
I really hope we're not spoiling them.
You sure are spoiling me lately.
Now it's time for you to practice your pronunciation. We're going to do an imitation exercise. I'm going to say each sentence again, and I want you to repeat the sentence out loud, and I'll say each sentence 3 times. Here we go. She has her presentation down pat. She has her presentation down pat. She has her presentation down pat. We didn't have a lot of prep time. We didn't have a lot of prep time. We didn't have a lot of prep time. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. Thanks for rejigging your schedule. She spoils those kids rotten. She spoils those kids rotten. She spoils those kids rotten. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Don't snap at me. Don't snap at me. Don't snap at me. Did you get this one? I said, don't snap at me. Let's talk about snap at. One of the ways that native speakers can speak quickly is because we combine our sounds together. So I don't say snap at, I say snap at, pat. So what I do is I take that P from snap and I also add it to at. So it sounds like snap, pat, and then I combine them together. Snap at, snap at. Native speakers will also drop sounds that force us to take a pause in the middle of a sentence. If I pronounce the T on don't, I have to take a pause to pronounce that T. So I just won't say it. And this is the same thing for at. I won't say it. Don't snap at me. So I make those T's silent. I drop the T's. Now, a lot of times students don't understand native speakers because we use a lot of phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions. Like in this example, to snap at someone. What does that mean? This is literally snapping. Right now, I'm snapping. Now notice it happens very quickly. So when you snap at someone, you speak to someone in a irritable or abrupt way. So your words come out quickly, like a snap, and they're often negative. This happens quite frequently if we are feeling a negative emotion like stress, anxiety, worry. Let's say I'm working on a project that has a very important deadline and I have a lot of work left, so I feel quite anxious about this. And then my husband or friend, coworker asks me a question, and then without even thinking, I snap at them and I say, I'm busy. What do you want? I can't help you. And I say something very abruptly, and my words have a lot of irritation in them, annoyance, frustration. That is snapping at someone. We do this all the time, and unfortunately, people who work in customer service are on the receiving end of this. So a person in customer service might say, customers snap at me every day. I don't take it personally.
You just snapped at me? Because I think he just snapped at me.
Be gargling! Well, don't snap at me!
You're snapping at me again.
Let's try this again with another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. It was a knee-jerk reaction. It was a knee-jerk reaction. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Did you hear what I said? I said it was a knee-jerk reaction. Let's talk about knee. Notice the K is silent. You don't hear it at all. Knee, knee. This happens most of the time when words start with KN. The K is silent. There are many common words that start with KN, such as knife, night, not, knit, no, and now knee. All of these words, the K is silent. So the word starts with an N, knee. What is a knee-jerk reaction? A knee-jerk reaction is a reaction that happens automatically, unconsciously. You don't think about it. It just happens. Just like when you're at a doctor's office and they test your reflexes, and if this is your knee, they hit your knee and then your leg goes like this. Have you ever had that done? They test your reflexes. But when your leg does that, you don't control it. It happens automatically. So that's where the expression comes from, a knee-jerk reaction. And I'm sharing this expression because generally when you snap at someone, it is a knee-jerk reaction. When you're busy working on a report and your husband asks you if you want a cup of tea and you shout, I'm busy, leave me alone. That is a knee-jerk reaction because you didn't sit there and think about responding in that way. It happened automatically. So yes, you snapped at your husband, but it was a knee-jerk reaction. So you could apologize to your husband and say, sorry for snapping at you. It was a knee-jerk reaction.
Or is this just another knee-jerk reaction for you?
It was a knee-jerk reaction.
You got that half right.
You're not. Saying no is a knee-jerk reaction.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. She rubs me the wrong way. She rubs me the wrong way. She rubs me the wrong way. Did you get this one? I said, she rubs me the wrong way. I think the pronunciation is clear, but this is another case where if you don't understand what it means, even if you hear the words, you wouldn't be able to reply. So let's talk about the expression, to rub someone the wrong way. This is when you annoy someone without intending to. So it isn't your intention, you don't try to annoy anyone, but for just some reason, you are annoying someone else. This often happens when people's personalities just clash. They clash, which means their personalities are different in a way that they're not compatible. So I might do something that annoys you simply because my personality is different from your personality. But someone else would not be annoyed by the thing I do. This could happen in a workplace situation where there's an employee and they're really great at their job, they're very skilled, but for some reason, that person just rubs you the wrong way. And it's very unfortunate for that person because it's nothing they're actually doing wrong. But if there's a conference or an event and you have to bring one employee, you might say, let's bring Marcos. Tim rubs me the wrong way. So Tim is annoying to you, but it's not Tim's fault. Maybe he is a very outgoing person and he's always laughing and telling jokes, and you're more of a shy, reserved person, and your personalities just clash. And for that reason, Tim rubs you the wrong way. Poor Tim.
Just rubs me the wrong way.
Not Jay. Guy rubs me the wrong way.
Something about always rubbed me the wrong way.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. I always pick up the slack. I always pick up the slack. I always pick up the slack. How'd you do with this one? I said, I always pick up the slack. For pronunciation, let's talk about pick up, because this is another great opportunity to combine these sounds together. So what a native speaker will do is they'll take the last sound on pick and they'll put that on up. So it will sound like cup, pick up, cup, pick up, pick up. And then you can say those 2 words as one because you combine them together. Pick up the slack. Now, what does this mean, to pick up the slack? This is when you do work that is someone else's responsibility, but you do it because that person maybe isn't doing it and it needs to get done. So you pick up the slack. This can happen in the home, and of course it can happen at work. But at home, everyone has their own responsibilities, things that they're responsible for. Maybe you're responsible for cooking dinner and your partner is responsible for cleaning up after dinner, for example. But let's say there's a situation where someone at home is busy with something else, so you have to pick up the slack. For example, I've been picking up the slack at home while my wife's taking care of her sick mother. Now in this case, you're probably happy with picking up the slack, or you understand why you need to pick up the slack because your wife is dealing with a sick parent, which is a stressful situation for her. So you're happy to do that. But there's other situations where maybe your coworker just isn't doing the work they need to do, and you end up picking up the slack and you're not happy about it. For example, I'm sick of picking up everyone's slack.
And we're here picking up the slack.
But no worries, I'll pick up the slack. I just want to thank you for picking up the slack.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice these pronunciation changes and these new expressions. So I'm going to say the sentence again, and then I want you to say the sentence out loud, and I'll say each sentence 3 times. Let's do that now. Don't snap at me. Don't snap at me. Don't snap at me. It was a knee-jerk reaction. It was a knee-jerk reaction. It was a knee-jerk reaction. She rubs me the wrong way. She rubs me the wrong way. She rubs me the wrong way. I always pick up the slack. I always pick up the slack. I always pick up the slack. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Parking downtown is such a pain. Parking downtown is such a pain. Parking downtown is such a pain. I said parking downtown is such a pain. First, let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Let's talk about is such a. Native speakers, we often combine our words together, which makes it sound like we're speaking really fast. So I have is such a, and I can combine those together. Is such a, is such a, is such a, is such a, is such a pain, is such a pain, is such a pain. What does it mean to describe something as a pain? We have a great expression in English, to be a pain in the neck, in the neck. And this simply means that something is very annoying. In this expression, most native speakers will leave out in the neck and just describe something as a pain. And then you can emphasize that by saying such a pain, which makes it sound stronger. So in this sentence, I'm saying that parking downtown is very annoying. Now, we also use this to be a pain. We use this frequently to describe people, to say that someone is very annoying. Maybe a coworker, maybe a relative, maybe a friend, a classmate, a roommate. So let's listen to these clips and notice how all of these clips are with someone is a pain.
Stepmom is such a pain.
Men are such a pain.
Marcy's such a pain. She's so selfish.
Now you might be thinking that studying English is such a pain. But hopefully my videos help you take the annoyance, the frustration out of it and make it more enjoyable. If you think that, then put pain-free in the comments. Put pain-free if you think that learning English with me is not a pain. Pain-free, put that in the comments. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. We had a blast last night. We had a blast last night. We had a blast last night. Did you get this one? I said we had a blast last night. Notice how had a sounds like one word. Hadda, we hadda, we hadda. And notice how blast and last, you don't hear the T in them. Blast last night. But you hear the T in night. Because at the end of a sentence, I'm going to take a pause naturally. So I can pronounce the T because it forces me to take a pause, but I'm already taking a pause because there's a period. But in the sentence, if a word ends on T, we often don't pronounce it to avoid having to take that pause. So instead of blast last night, I can say blast last night and either pronounce it very softly or just not at all. What does this mean? Well, a blast, that means you had an enjoyable, exciting time. So it's another way of saying you had a great time. We had a blast at the party. We had a great time at the party. If someone asks you, how was the party or any event, you can say, it was a blast. To be a blast, and you're describing the party as a blast, it was a blast. Or you can say, we had a blast. So you can use this as to be a blast or to have a blast.
Oh yeah, had a blast.
Could have had a blast on the Riviera.
So you really had a good time, huh?
Yeah, we had a blast.
Let's try another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite. I said, thanks for the invite. For pronunciation, notice that for is an unstressed for. Thanks for, thanks for, thanks for the invite, thanks for the invite. And notice how invite, the stress is on in. That's the stress syllable. Dada, invite, invite. Thanks for the invite. And that's because in this case, invite is a noun. And that's why the stress is on the first syllable. Invite is short form for invitation. Of course, you know the noun invitation. Native speakers, we commonly reduce this to invite. But of course, the verb form to invite already exists. But notice for the verb, the stress syllable is the second syllable. Da-da, invite, invite. That's the verb. Invite, invite, that's the noun. This isn't an official noun, it's simply the short form of the word invitation, but native speakers love using it. Let's compare these 2 sentences, one with the verb and one with the noun. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for the invite. Both are commonly used by native speakers.
Oh, thanks for inviting me.
But thank you for the invite.
Thanks for the invite, by the way.
Let's try one more listening test. I'll say it 3 times. You got all worked up for nothing. You got all worked up for nothing. You got all worked up for nothing. Did you get this one? I said, you got all worked up for nothing. Notice how got all, the T is between 2 vowels, so I'll pronounce this as a very soft D, but I have to combine them together. So you're going to hear the D on both sounds. Got all, got all, got all, got all worked up. The past simple pronunciation is worked. Notice that T, worked. But when I combine it with worked up, I'm going to link these together and you're going to hear that T in front of up. Worked up, worked up. For nothing, we already talked about for, an unstressed fur. And notice how I dropped that G sound at the end of nothing, and I said nothing, for nothing, for nothing. This isn't a requirement. I could say for nothing, and I commonly do. I use both equally, for nothing, for nothing. Now let's talk about what this means. To get or be worked up. This is when you're either very upset or very excited about something. So it could be for a negative emotion or a positive emotion, but it's important that it's a strong negative or positive emotion. And for nothing, this means for no reason. So you became very upset or you became very excited for no reason, for nothing. Let's talk about the more negative emotion. Let's say you heard a rumor at your company that they were going to fire everyone because the company was going bankrupt. And you get all worked up. You get really angry and upset and you have this strong emotion. But I tell you that you shouldn't listen to a rumor that it's probably nothing, and then you find out that in fact the company is not in financial trouble. So then I could say, see, I told you, you got all worked up for nothing. Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice these pronunciation changes and you can practice speaking at a faster pace. I'm going to say each sentence again 3 times, and I want you to repeat each sentence out loud and imitate my pronunciation as closely as possible. Let's start this now. Here's the first sentence. Parking downtown is such a pain. Parking downtown is such a pain. Parking downtown is such a pain. We had a blast last night. We had a blast last night. We had a blast last night. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite. You got all worked up for nothing. You got all worked up for nothing. You got all worked up for nothing. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Our chances are slim to none. Our chances are slim to none. Our chances are slim to none. So, how'd you do? I said our chances are slim to none. First, let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Notice that our sounded like our chances, our chances. At a natural pace, we don't pronounce it our chances. We just do a very soft, unstressed our chances, our chances. Our chances are. Notice that because chances ends on an S and R, it starts with the vowel, I can combine those together. Chances are. So it sounds like SAR, but I have to say those 2 words together. Chances are. Chances are. So when you hear it at a fast pace, you just hear the S from chances and you hear it both on chances and are. Our chances are slim to none. Notice that to none, again, is just a very soft, unstressed t. Slim to none. Slim to. Slim to none. What does this mean? First, let's talk about chances. One's chances. This is how possible something is. For example, the team has a great chance of winning. So here, their chance of winning, it's how possible it is that the team will win. The team has a great, so their chances of winning are quite high. But in this example, I said our chances are slim to none. What does that mean? Slim to none. This means very small or extremely unlikely. Our chances are slim to none. Now, I didn't specify chances of what in the original example. So I could say our chances of getting a promotion this year are slim to none. So this means it's very unlikely that you're getting a promotion.
There's a chance.
Yeah, slim to none.
Slim to none. Oh, those are my chances.
My chances of ever flying again are slim to none.
Let's try another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. It was slim pickings at the career fair. It was slim pickings at the career fair. It was slim pickings at the career fair. I said it was slim pickings at the career fair. For pronunciation, notice how pickings sounded quite unstressed. Pickins, ins. So I dropped that ing, I dropped that G sound from the ing. Pickin, pickin. But it's plural, so I add that S. Pickins, pickins. Native speakers often drop the G sound or make it very soft with ing. Pickins, pickins. Listen to this clip and notice how Joey from Friends also drops the G and says it very unstressed pickings.
It is slim pickings. It is slim pickings.
Now let's talk about what this means. First of all, a career fair. Do you know what this is? This is an event where people looking for a job can meet potential employers. A career fair is very common for university graduates, college graduates, or high school graduates to go to try to find a job. And I said it was slim pickings. So what does that mean? To be slim pickings, this is when there are very few good options to choose from. So maybe there were people at the career fair, but the employers that were there or the people looking for jobs that were there weren't the best quality. So you could say it was slim pickings. We commonly use these two words, slim pickings, if someone asks you how a search for something is going. So maybe you're looking for a new house, a new car, or of course, a job. So someone could say, how's the job search going? And then you can reply back and simply say, slim pickings, slim pickings.
It's slim pickings out there.
It is slim pickings.
Pickings are slim for an educated, independent woman.
Let's try this again with another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. Stop hogging the iPad. Stop hogging the iPad. Stop hogging the iPad. How'd you do with this one? I said, stop hogging the iPad. Now here, for hogging, notice we have ing. So I did pronounce it more like hoggin, hoggin, hogging, ing, hoggin. So stressed, hogging, unstressed, hoggin. I tend to use both of them and don't really realize which one I'm using. I don't specifically choose before I'm about to speak which one I'm going to use. It's just whatever comes out, and I will easily switch between the two, the stressed or the unstressed. Stop hogging, stop hogging. The iPad. Notice how it sounded more like a stressed the with that long E. We stress the and make it the when the noun that comes next starts with a vowel. iPad. I, of course, a vowel. Native speakers don't always follow this rule. I don't always follow this rule. I would commonly say the iPad, the iPad, the iPad. So if you use one or the other, or if you hear native speakers using one or the other, just know that both are acceptable, and it's probably slightly more likely to use the stressed version, the with a vowel, simply because it makes it easier to pronounce those sounds. So here's an iPad. What does it mean to hog the iPad? The iPad, the iPad. What does that mean? When you hog something, it means you take or use more than your fair share. So this is actually something I said to my husband Kevin the other day. I said, stop hogging the iPad, because we only have one iPad and he was using it, and I felt like he was using it more than his fair share. So I said, stop hogging the iPad, because I wanted to use it. And I said this more in a joking way. But let's say that you have a roommate, or you could think about someone you live with, a different family member, or even a work colleague. And that person might use more of something or take more than their fair share. So maybe it takes your roommate a really long time to get ready, put on makeup in the morning, and you only have one bathroom. You might say, my roommate always hogs the bathroom in the morning. And it means your roommate uses more than her fair share of the bathroom. Notice in my original example, stop hogging the iPad, stop hogging Our verb to hog is in the gerund form. That's because stop is a gerund verb, so you need stop plus verb ing. Stop hogging the iPad. That's why hog is in the gerund form with ing.
Stop hogging my best friend.
Stop hogging the blanket. Stop hogging the blanket. It's cold.
Gene, how about we stop hogging the magazine, huh?
Let's try one more listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. Don't be stingy with the cheese. Don't be stingy with the cheese. Don't be stingy with the cheese. Did you get this one? I said, don't be stingy with the cheese. I think the pronunciation is clear, but do you understand what this means? And remember I said that I said to my husband, stop hogging the iPad. Well, actually, this is something that he said to me. He said, don't be stingy with the cheese. So what does it mean to be stingy? This is when something is small in amount, less than expected. So I was putting cheese on something, I don't remember what, I'll say pizza. I was putting cheese on our pizza and my husband thought I was being stingy. I was using a small amount less than expected. But that was just his opinion because he likes a lot of cheese, whereas I don't like a lot of cheese. So in my opinion, I was not being stingy at all, but he thought I was being stingy. We have another meaning for stingy, which is very common. When you describe someone as stingy, it means they're unwilling to spend money. So they have the money, they just don't want to spend it. In that case, you would call someone stingy. For example, we had to take the bus because my friend was too stingy to take a taxi. This means that my friend had the money to take a taxi. So it wasn't financially difficult for her to take a taxi, but taking a taxi is more expensive than taking the bus, and she's stingy, so she doesn't like spending money, so she took the bus so she could save her money because she's stingy. Although saving money and trying to save money can certainly be a positive thing, when we use this adjective, it's always in a negative, critical way. So we think that person should have been willing to spend the money if we describe them as stingy. I'm going to say to you, don't be stingy with your comments and don't be stingy with your likes. Now in this case, it's the first example I explained. When my husband said to me, don't be stingy with the cheese, he thought I wasn't using enough cheese. So don't be stingy with your comments. If you're stingy with your comments and your likes, it means you don't share them, you keep them to yourself. So it's another way of saying make sure you comment. So put I'm not stingy in the comments, put I'm not stingy, and that means that you freely comment on my videos or you freely like my videos. So don't be stingy, put that in the comments.
Don't be stingy.
I see, don't be stingy.
He's even stingy with play money.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation. You can practice all the pronunciation changes that I explained in this video, and you can imitate my pronunciation so you sound more natural. So I'm going to say each sentence 3 times, and I want you to repeat the sentence out loud after each time. So let's do that now. Our chances are slim to none. Our chances are slim to none. Our chances are slim to none. It was slim pickings at the career fair. It was slim pickings at the career fair. It was slim pickings at the career fair. Stop hogging the iPad. Stop hogging the iPad. Stop hogging the iPad. Don't be stingy with the cheese. Don't be stingy with the cheese. Don't be stingy with the cheese. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. You all set for the meeting tomorrow? You all set for the meeting tomorrow? You all set for the meeting tomorrow? How'd you do with that? I said, you all set for the meeting tomorrow. Let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Notice you all, you all, you all. I said it quickly, but I did say the individual words, you all. You all set? You all set? I will point out that in the South, in southern US, the southern states, it's very common to combine you all into one word. Do you know what that is? Y'all, y'all. I'm sure you've heard this mainly in movies or TV. Y'all, y'all ready? I personally don't say y'all because I'm not from the southern US, but it is extremely common in the southern US. For me, I simply say you all, you all. I say them quickly, but I do say both words. You all set? You all set for the meeting tomorrow? Notice here how for the meeting tomorrow, for when it's unstressed, more of a reduced sound, a quick sound, it sounds like for the meeting. You all set for the meeting, for the meeting, for the meeting tomorrow. Now, before we talk about what this sentence means, you might be wondering about the grammar. Does this sentence perhaps look grammatically incorrect to you? Is there a word missing? The auxiliary verb are is missing. Are you all set for the meeting tomorrow? We need are as an auxiliary verb because this is a question. Grammatically, you need it. But in spoken English, native speakers commonly drop auxiliary verbs when they're only required grammatically, but they're not required to understand what the sentence means. So a native speaker does not need to hear an auxiliary verb to understand what a sentence means, and that's why in spoken English, we commonly get rid of them. So grammatically, are you all set for the meeting tomorrow? A native speaker would commonly say, you all set? You all set for the meeting tomorrow? And then to show it's a question, we can use a rising intonation at the end to show it's a question. Now let's talk about what this means. This has a very simple meaning. To be all set is simply to be ready or to be prepared. So it's asking the person if they're ready for the meeting tomorrow, if they're prepared for the meeting tomorrow. Native speakers commonly use this to ask if someone's ready or prepared to leave. For example, to leave a house, leave a restaurant, leave a hotel room, it doesn't matter where. And we'll just use 2 words with a rising intonation to show it's a question. All set? All set? I'm asking you, are you ready? All set? And then you can simply reply and say, yep, and then we'll leave.
How about you, Clarence? You all set?
All set.
All set, woman?
All set.
All set? Let's try another listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. This report's all over the map. This report's all over the map. This report's all over the map. I said, this report's all over the map. For pronunciation, notice here, this reports, report is, as a contraction, reports. This reports all over, all over. So notice how I can link those sounds together by extending that L sound to the next word because it's a vowel. All over, all over, lover, all over. This reports all over the map. The expression to be all over the map, this means that something is in a disorganized or confused state. So the report is disorganized. The report is confusing. As another example, I could say the consultant's recommendations were all over the map. To be all over the map, which means his recommendations were disorganized or confusing. Maybe they talked about a lot of different topics and it was difficult to follow. They were all over the map.
Yeah, this firm's all over the map.
Because the internet's all over the map on that.
You know, charming, but all over the map. And
let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn. I said, keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Notice the reduced sound for your eyes, your eyes. Keep your eyes. Keep your eyes peeled. For, we talked about this before. For becomes an unstressed, reduced sound for. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn, for the turn, for the turn, for the turn. Notice here the sentence starts with a verb and it starts with a base verb, which means it's the imperative verb tense. And we use the imperative verb tense to give orders or suggestions. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm giving you this as an order or a suggestion. And what does that mean, to keep your eyes peeled? This means to watch carefully or to be on alert. So if you're driving and you're following the directions, the GPS, you need to watch carefully for the specific streets so you know when to turn. That's the turn. If you're driving, keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Watch carefully, be on alert for the turn so you don't miss it and you're not late for your important meeting. This is an expression you can use in many different situations. Let's say you're editing an important document, your resume, or something you're submitting for an assignment or to a client. You might say, keep your eyes peeled for any spelling or grammar mistakes, which means as you're reviewing it, pay close attention, watch carefully, be on alert for any spelling or grammar mistakes, which is very good advice for everyone.
Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled.
Are you ready to try this again? I'll say it 3 times. Can you just ballpark the cost for me? Can you just ballpark the cost for me? Can you just ballpark the cost for me? I said, can you just ballpark the cost for me? Can in this sentence is an auxiliary verb, so we pronounce it unstressed and it sounds like can you. And you can make that unstressed too and reduce it to ya, can you just. I think I did say can you, but it's very common to hear native speakers say ya, can you just ballpark the cost for me? We already talked about for, it sounds like for me. Let's talk about this odd word here, ballpark. Did you notice that grammatically it's a verb? It's the main verb of the sentence, to ballpark something. When you ballpark something, it means you provide a rough estimate of something. And yes, a ballpark is where people play baseball, but we're not talking about baseball or sports at all. To ballpark something is to provide a rough estimate of something. In our sentence, it's a verb, to ballpark, but we commonly use this as an adjective. A figure, a ballpark figure. So the figure is the number, the cost, or a statistic, and if it's a ballpark figure, it means it's a rough estimate. It's not exact, it's not precise, it's an estimate, which means it's more of a range, a lower and upper range. For example, maybe a consultant is providing you a quote, an estimate on using a certain software system. And you want to know, well, how much is this going to cost my company? But the consultant can't give you an exact number at this point because he doesn't have enough information. So the consultant could say, if I had to ballpark it, I'd say $3 to $5 million. But that's just a ballpark figure. So you know it's just an estimate.
Look, just give me a number. Ballpark.
Take a guess. Ballpark figure.
That's fine. A ballpark figure.
Let's do this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. Let's revisit this down the line. Let's revisit this down the line. Let's revisit this down the line. I said, let's revisit this down the line. Notice let's is a contraction for let us. Let's revisit. When you put re in front of a base verb, it means to do that verb again. Visit this again. But for pronunciation, that re is a strong sound. E. You hear that E. Revisit. Revisit. Let's revisit this down the line. And notice how let's is the imperative. Let us, let's. The imperative verb tense, again for a order or a suggestion. Let's revisit this down the line. Let's talk about down the line. This means in the future, but at an unspecified date. So it's not clear at all. You don't know when we'll revisit this, visit this again, but you know it will happen in the future, but it could be a week from now, it could be a month from now. So this is a way that a native speaker can postpone something if they don't actually want to do it. I'll do it down the line, because it's not specific on when you'll do it. It's just some point in the future. Here's another example that could apply to you. If you don't improve your English now, it could hurt your career down the line. Now notice when I say down the line, I'm not being specific on when your lack of English skills could hurt your career, but at some point in the future. It could be tomorrow, it could be a week from now, it could be a year from now. And that's why it's so important that you're here with me improving your English. Amazing job improving your listening skills. Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can improve your pronunciation and practice these pronunciation changes. So I'll say the sentence, and then I want you to say the sentence out loud and try to imitate my pronunciation, and I'll repeat each sentence 3 times. So let's do that now. You all set for the meeting tomorrow? You all set for the meeting tomorrow? You all set for the meeting tomorrow? This report's all over the map. This report's all over the map. This report's all over the map. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Can you just ballpark the cost for me? Can you just ballpark the cost for me? Can you just ballpark the cost for me? Let's revisit this down the line. Let's revisit this down the line. Let's revisit this down the line. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Did you break it to him? Did you break it to him? Did you break it to him? Did you get that one? I said, did you break it to him? First, let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Did you, we pronounce this as didja, didja, didja. So I combine those sounds together and I take you and I change it to ya, didja, didja. Did you break it to him? Notice the last 2 words really sounded like one word. Tim, Tim. It almost sounded like Tim, the name Tim. And that's because we frequently get rid of the H on him and her at a natural pace and we connect it to the word before. So it really sounds like im, and then you hear the t from to. Tim, Tim. Did you break it to him? Now what does this mean? To break something to someone is an expression, and we use this when you share news or information with someone, but it's always negative. So maybe you applied for a promotion, but you're not going to get the promotion. So that's the negative news. Did you break it to him that he's not getting the promotion? So did you share this negative news with him? Did you break it to him? Our next listening test, remember to put what you hear in the comments. Cut it out, would ya? Cut it out, would ya? Cut it out, would ya? Did you get that one? I said, cut it out, would you? First, let's talk about pronunciation. Did ya? The same thing is happening here with would you. You becomes ya, and I combine those sounds. Would ya, ja, ja, would ya, would ya, would ya? Cut it out, would ya? Now let's talk about cut it out. You'll notice we have T's in between vowels. In American English, when a T comes between vowels, we change that to a d, a very soft D. Cut it out, cut it out. And I pronounce all 3 as one. Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. Cut it out, would ya? The expression to cut something out means to stop something that is annoying or frustrating or irritating or unwanted. So let's say you're in a meeting for work and in the background your kids are going crazy. They're screaming, they're yelling, they're fighting. This is behavior that is unwanted, frustrating, irritating, annoying, and you want them to stop. So you can say to your kids, cut it out, would ya? Our next listening exercise, write what you hear in the comments. You gotta kick it up a notch. You gotta kick it up a notch. You gotta kick it up a notch. Did you get that one? I said you gotta kick it up a notch. First, notice how I used gotta. This is a reduction. It's a combination of the words got to, and it's pronounced as one. Gotta, you gotta. You can also say you've gotta, you have got to, but in American English, it's very common to just say you gotta, you gotta. You got to is the same as you have to. Now let's talk about the expression to kick something up a notch. When you kick something up a notch, it's just encouraging you to perform better, work faster, work harder. So let's say you were tasked with assembling 100 boxes. and 2 hours have passed and your boss sees that you've only assembled 20 boxes and your boss wants to tell you that you need to work harder, you need to work faster, you need to perform better, she can say, you gotta kick it up a notch. You gotta work faster, you gotta work harder. Our next listening exercise, write what you hear in the comments. I'll say it 3 times. Don't let him get to you. Don't let him get to you. Don't let him get to you. How'd you do with that one? I said, don't let him get to you. First, let's talk about pronunciation. Don't let him. Let him. Notice again, I take that H off of him, I drop the sound, and then I'm left with im, but I combine it with the word before. Let him, let him, let him. Don't let him. Don't let him get to you. Now I said you at the end. Many native speakers will drop this to ya. Don't let him get to ya, get to ya. Just like we saw with did ya, would ya. But I said you. Don't let him get to you. Now, what does this mean? When someone gets to you, it means that you become angry, annoyed, irritated, or frustrated because of that person's behavior. But we can also use this in situations. If you get really angry when you're stuck in traffic, I can say, don't let the traffic get to you. So don't let the situation make you angry, because what does being angry do? It doesn't benefit the situation in any way. Don't let the traffic get to you. Don't let your boss's criticism get to you. Don't let it anger you, frustrate you, or annoy you. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. Write what you hear in the comments. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Did you get that one? What are you looking at? So here we have a very simple sentence, but it might be difficult for you because of those natural pronunciation changes, how I combine my words at a natural pace. What are you sounds like one word. What are ya? What are ya? So the R just becomes and I attach it to what? What are you? Now, I think I said you, but you can also again shorten that to ya, and native speakers commonly do that. So get comfortable with it. What are you? What are ya? What are you? What are ya? But remember, it sounds like one word. What are you? What are you looking at? Here, it's very common to take a word that ends in ing and drop the G sound, that G sound, and just end it on looking at. But notice I combine it with the word that comes next because it's a vowel, looking at. So instead of looking at, it sounds like nat, and then I combine them. Looking at, nat, looking at, looking at. What are you looking at? So how did you do with those listening exercises? Share your score in the comments below, and remember, you are being tested on your ability to understand the words I say, but also the ability to understand what my meaning is. So maybe you understood the words, but you didn't know the expression or the idiom. You didn't know what it meant. So you need both. But don't worry if this was difficult, because the more you practice, the more you study native speakers, the more you add these expressions to your vocabulary, the easier it will become. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say each sentence again, and I want you to imitate me and try to say it as closely to the way I pronounce it. And if you're in a private space, I want you to say it out loud. If you're in a public space, well then try this again when you're at home and you can say it out loud. Did you break it to him? Did you break it to him? Did you break it to him? Cut it out, would ya? Cut it out, would ya? Cut it out, would ya? You gotta kick it up a notch. You gotta kick it up a notch. You gotta kick it up a notch. Don't let him get to you. Don't let him get to you. Don't let him get to you. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. What do you mean she can't make it? Did you hear what I just said? What do you mean she can't make it? I said, what do you mean she can't make it? But of course, I didn't say it like that. I said, what do you mean she can't make it? Notice how I said, what do you? What do ya? What do ya? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is called connected speech, and native speakers love connecting their speech. But of course, this makes it difficult for you to understand us. So let me share the most common connected phrases that you need to know. The first one, of course, what do ya? What do ya? What do you mean? What are you doing? What do you want? How do you know she can't make it? Did you catch this one? How do you? How do ya? How do ya? How do you know? What you doing this weekend? Did you get this one? What are you becomes what ya? What ya? What ya? What you doing this weekend? So make it your goal to learn these connected phrases, but for now, focus on the top 3 you need to know. What do ya? How do ya? And what ya? How about this one? How are you going to get to the mall? How are ya? That's a connected phrase. How are you? How are ya? How are ya? Gonna. Now this is a reduction. We take 2 words, going to, and we reduce it into 1, gonna. These are informal. They're very casual, but they're frequently used in spoken English. I gotta go. I'm sure you know this one. Got to sounds like gotta. I gotta go. Give me a break. Gimme, gimme, give me a break. Give me sounds like gimme. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know as a reduction. I don't know. I want to go to the movies. Want to becomes wanna. Start with these and pay attention and keep adding more reductions to your speech. We'll be there at 5. We'll be there at 5. We will be there at 5. We'll be there. Will. This is a contraction. We take 2 separate words and we form 1 word. The thing you need to know about contractions is that they are grammatically correct. You can use them in your spoken English and your writing, and although they do sound more casual, they are grammatically correct. I would never say it is a hot day. I would say it's a hot day. It's a hot day. I would not say she is my friend. I would say she's my friend. She's my friend. Now, because of this, students might not get the verb because it's in a contraction. You must learn contractions if you want to understand native speakers. Let's start with the most common. It is, it's. There is, theirs. I have, I've. You are, your. Should not, shouldn't. Will not, won't. Start with these and keep adding contractions to your speech. It will help you understand native speakers. Let's try that listening exercise from the beginning again. What do you mean you can't make it? What do you mean you can't make it? I'm sure you already understand this a lot more because you now understand the connected speech. But did you also know I said make it, make it? Now, if you looked at each individual sound, it sounds like May, kit. So you might be thinking May, the month of May, April, May, and kit, like a Kit Kat bar? I don't understand. This is linking. Linking is when we take a sound from one word and we put that sound on the next word. We do this in English to help us connect our speech and smooth our pronunciation so we can speak without pauses. Make it. Notice there's that k on make, but it forces me to take a pause. Make it. So to get rid of that pause, I take that k and I put it on the next word. Make it. Make it. Let's try another listening exercise. You shouldn't walk alone at night. Now, I used a contraction. Should not becomes shouldn't. You shouldn't. And then I said walk alone. But again, there's that k sound. So I take that K sound and I put it on the next word and it becomes cologne. But cologne sounds a lot like men's perfume, which we call cologne. For women, it's perfume, but for men, it's cologne. So this can cause confusion because you might think I just said cologne, meaning men's perfume. But this is part of walk alone. Walk alone. Walk alone with linking. The best way to get comfortable with linking is to study native speakers. So instead of listening to an entire 30-minute episode, just listen to one sentence on YouTube or on TV and pause and listen to that sentence many, many times and really get comfortable with how those sounds are pronounced together. And really get comfortable with how those sounds are pronounced at a natural pace. Let's try a listening exercise. I got a lot of merch. I got a lot of merch. I got a lot of merch. Here I used a reduction. A lot of is pronounced a lotta, a lotta. Now what is merch? Maybe you understood the sound, you understood I said merch, but you have no idea what that means. That's because native speakers, we shorten words all the time for no reason. This is very casual and informal, but it's done in both a professional and social context. So merch is short for merchandise. If you work in a company that buys and sells products, most likely your coworkers will say merch, and you might not understand what they mean. That's a fab dress. Fab is short for fabulous. I have to take my cat to the vet. Vet is short for veterinarian. Are we meeting at HQ? HQ is an acronym for headquarters, which is the head office, the main office of a company. But pretty much everyone calls it HQ. So when you're studying native speakers, listen for these shortened words and just make a list of them and keep adding the most common ones to your speech. Let's try another listening exercise. You gotta cut it out. You gotta cut it out. I used a reduction, got to, gotta, you gotta. Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. Now maybe you heard the what and you're thinking, what does Jennifer have to cut out? Does she have to cut something out? But no, because this is an idiom. So to understand native speakers, you have to learn phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions because we use them all the time. Take a look at this article from Forbes magazine. Now, everything I have underlined is either a phrasal verb, an idiom, or an expression. And they don't have literal meanings. So maybe you understood the word cut, but that doesn't help you understand my message because it doesn't have a literal meaning. Now, there are hundreds and hundreds of phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions, but don't worry because I have many video tutorials on my channel already. So make it your goal to add one one a day, one phrasal verb, idiom, or expression a day, and that will be 365 in 1 year. And by expanding your vocabulary with these phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions, it will really help you understand native speakers. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Did you get this one? I said get out of here. Let's talk about a common reduction, outa. Out of, side by side, you can pronounce as outa, outa. Get out of here, get out of here. And if you don't feel comfortable using that in your speech, that's fine, but you should understand it because native speakers use it the majority of the time in spoken English. Outa, get out of here, get out of here. And maybe you understood the words, but did you understand the expression? This might be a trick question because there are actually 2 totally different meanings for this expression. There's the more literal meaning where I want you to leave the room that I'm currently in, being here. Get out means leave, leave. Of here, of the room I'm currently in. So I'm recording this video and my annoying little sister barges in and starts talking. Get out of here. That's what I would say. Now, most likely you're going to say it with a little bit of anger or annoyance. Get out of here. And it's not a very polite expression. So if you politely want to ask someone to leave, don't say, get out of here. You should say, would you mind leaving? Could you please leave? Because I need to film a video. Get out of here is also used as an expression to show shock or surprise at what someone said. So let's say my friend just told me she's going to move from Chicago to Australia, around the world, and she has lived in Chicago her entire life. To show my surprise or even shock, I could say, get out of here, get out of here. It's almost like saying, really? Wow, I can't believe it. Get out of here, get out of here. Now with this expression, it will be lighter. There won't be that anger or annoyance in it. Get out of here. There'll be more surprise in it. Get out of here. So the meaning will depend on the overall context of the situation, and also look for the tone of voice because that can be very helpful to decide. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Did you get this one? Give me a break. Pretty easy, right? Did you hear that reduction? Give me, gimme, gimme, gimme. Again, you might not feel comfortable using reductions in your speech, but you should understand them because native speakers use them most of the time. Give me a break. What does this mean? This is another expression. We use this to express disbelief in what someone says. Let's say I am watching TV late at night and I see an advertisement for a pill that is supposed to help me lose 20 pounds overnight. That's what the ad says. If I want to show my distrust or disbelief with this ad, I can say, give me a break, give me a break. There's no way that's true. Give me a break. So that's a fun expression you can use, and remember that tone. You'll want to add some sarcasm into this. Oh, give me a break. Are you ready for another listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. My sister'll know. My sister'll know. My sister'll know. I said, my sister will know. Did you hear the verb will? My sister will know. Probably didn't hear it, but maybe based on the grammar, you understood that it has to be there because my sister know doesn't make any sense. Something's missing. My sister will know. You probably know that we form subject will contractions. I will go, I'll go, you'll go, he'll go, she'll go, it'll go, will go, they'll go. Those are subject pronoun contractions and they are grammatically correct. Learning contractions is another must when you want to understand native speakers. In this case, a noun phrase, my sister, isn't contracted grammatically. But in spoken English, we combine them together anyway, even though grammatically this isn't done, simply to be able to speak faster and confuse students. But remember, grammatically, we only contract subject pronouns with will. So in your writing, make sure you don't write my sister will as a contraction. But in spoken English, you'll hear it. Another listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. You ought to call her. You ought to call her. You ought to call her. Did you get this one? You ought to call her. So here, ought to, a very common reduction, oughta, oughta. Ought to is a modal verb used to express necessity. More commonly, you should call her, but you can also use ought to. You oughta call her. In spoken English, native speakers will say oughta the majority of the time. Now, did you hear call her? Maybe to you it sounded like one word, collar, collar, like a dog collar. That's because we drop the H sound on her and it sounds like but we also combine it with the previous word, call, and then we combine them, collar, collar. Again, based on context, you'll understand that I'm not saying collar like a dog collar, and I'm in fact saying call her. You ought to call her. How about one more listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. I had an inkling she'd bail. I had an inkling she'd bail. I had an inkling she'd bail. Oh, did you get this one? I had an inkling she'd bail. She'd bail, she would, as a contraction. This is a grammatically correct contraction. She'd bail. I had. Had can also be in a contraction with a subject pronoun when it's the auxiliary verb. So if I turn this into the past perfect, I had gone, I can say I'd gone, because then had is the auxiliary verb. I'd gone, I'd gone. But here, because it's the main verb, we don't turn it into a contraction. I had an inkling she'd bail. What does it mean she'd bail? Bail? Well, when someone bails, this is an expression that's used when someone doesn't do what they said they were going to do. And we specifically use this with plans and arrangements. So let's say I made a plan with my friend to watch a movie on Saturday at 7 o'clock. Then Saturday, 7 o'clock, no friend. She bailed. She bailed on me. I can't believe she bailed on me again. She didn't do what she said she was going to do. And again, we use this frequently with plans and arrangements. Now, what's an inkling? An inkling. I had an inkling she'd bail. An inkling is a slight indication, a slight hint, a slight suggestion. So something my friend said made me think she was going to bail. Maybe she didn't sound that excited about seeing the movie. Maybe she's been talking about how tired she is. So that's an inkling. An inkling. That's fun to say. An inkling. I had an inkling she'd bail. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Cut her some slack. She's a newbie. Cut her some slack. She's a newbie. Cut her some slack. She's a newbie. I said, cut her some slack. She's a newbie. Did you get that? Do you know what this means? First, let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Her, him, and them, we often shorten these. So her, I get rid of the H sound and it sounds like But then I combine it to the word before. Cutter, cutter, cutter. Cut her some slack. She's, this is a contraction. Native speakers use contractions all the time in spoken English. She's represents she is. She is a newbie. She's a newbie. Now, do you know what this means? To cut someone some slack, this is an expression, and it's when you punish someone less severely than you normally would. And a newbie, this is a new employee. A new employee, or even a new member to a group, you can refer to that person as a newbie, a newbie. So it makes sense that you might cut a newbie some slack. You might be less severe with that person because they're new, they're still learning, they're still training. Cut her some slack, she's a newbie. Our second listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. Give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. Give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. Give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. I said, give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. Give me, we reduce these to sound like gimme, 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 gimme 20. 20 here means 20 minutes. Commonly, we drop the minutes when it's obvious. Call me in 5 instead of call me in 5 minutes. Give me 20. Give me 20 minutes. Give me 20 to whip up. Whip up is a phrasal verb. For the pronunciation, notice is whip up, whip up, whip up, because of linking. Whip up. Whip up means to prepare something quickly. We specifically use this in a cooking context. Whip up some appies. What are appies? Well, I just said that we use the phrasal verb whip up in a cooking culinary context. What does appies sound like? Anything you can think of? Appetizers. Appetizers. Native speakers, we love shortening words. So we take the word appetizer and we shorten it to appy. Appy, because it's plural in my example, appies, appies. Another common shortened word is simply apps. So you could say, give me 20 to whip up some apps, or whip up some appies. Both are commonly used. Are you ready for your next listening exercise? She's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. She's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. She's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. I said, she's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. For pronunciation, notice she's got. Here, the contraction is she has. She has got. I know this because grammatically it isn't correct to say she is got. It's she has got. She's got. She's got some nerve. What does that mean? To have some nerve is an expression to say, how dare she? She has some audacity. So you're criticizing her behavior to say that she has no right to do something. She's got some nerve. Now, what does she have no right to do? Well, is sauntering in 30 minutes late. To understand this, you need to know what saunter in means. When you saunter, it means you walk in a very relaxed, casual, unhurried way. To saunter. In here means into the office, into the room, into the meeting. She sauntered in 30 minutes late. So basically, she came to the meeting 30 minutes late, and when she came, she was so relaxed and she didn't show any sense of urgency, even though she was 30 minutes late. She's got some nerve doing that. Our next listening exercise, I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I said, I got to hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. Did you get this one? Got to is pronounced gotta. I gotta. Hand it. Notice the linking here. Hand it. Did. I gotta hand it. Now, I said to you, but native speakers will frequently reduce both of these and say to, ya, or ya, to ya. Gotta hand it to ya. But I believe I said to you. I gotta hand it to you. I gotta hand it to ya. You'd is a contraction. The D stands for would. You would, you'd. It's difficult to hear that D because it's very soft, but grammatically it's important that it's there. You'd pull it off. Notice the linking, pull it, pull it off. When you hand it to someone, it means that you recognize that someone deserves praise or respect. So by saying, I gotta hand it to you, means I have to acknowledge that your actions deserve praise or respect. And why am I doing this? Because the person pulled something off. When you pull something off, it means you achieve something difficult. You succeed at doing something difficult. So that's why this person deserves praise. I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off, but you did. Our last listening exercise. I've got to have a little me time. I've got to have a little me time. I've got to have a little me time. I said, I've got to have a little me time. Here, notice we have the same gotta reduction, got to gotta. This time, I said I've. I have as a contraction, I've gotta. I've gotta have a little will sound like little, a little me time. Now, what is me time? Me time is simply personal time. It's time when you can do whatever you want to do. It's your personal time. So of course, I've got to have a little me time. I must have some time for me to do whatever I want to do. Personal time, me time. Now let's do some imitation practice to make sure that you practice this natural pronunciation. I am going to say each sentence 3 times, and I want you to repeat it out loud. And you can do this exercise as frequently as you'd like. Cut her some slack, she's a newbie. Cut her some slack, she's a newbie. Cut her some slack, she's a newbie. Give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. Give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. Give me 20 to whip up some appies for the party. She's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. She's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. She's got some nerve sauntering in 30 minutes late. I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I gotta hand it to you. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I've gotta have a little me time. I've gotta have a little me time. I've gotta have a little me time. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. I got a lot on my plate. I got a lot on my plate. I got a lot on my plate. Did you get this one? I said I got a lot on my plate. Now, got native speakers pronounce this as gotta, gotta. I got a lot on my plate. The expression is to have a lot on one's plate. Have you heard this? It's very common. When you have a lot on your plate, it means you're very busy. You have many different tasks to complete. Now notice in my spoken expression, I used got. I got a lot on my plate. I got a lot on my plate. Because native speakers commonly replace have with got in spoken English in a casual, informal way. But in written English or more formal professional English, it's best to use have. So let's see some examples. I could say, give the project to Isabel. Amar already has a lot on his plate. Now, of course, our verb is have, so you need to conjugate it with the subject and time reference. In this case, Amar, third person singular. Amar has in the present simple. And notice, Amar has a lot on his plate because the expression requires a possessive, his plate. We also use this expression to talk about a time we were busy in the past. So you have to conjugate that verb. We had a lot on our plate because the subject is we. So now I need our plate. And then you can use a past simple time reference. Last week with the conference.
I got a lot on my plate right now.
I just got a lot on my plate.
Hey, I got a lot on my plate.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. How'd you do? I said I'm thinking of taking up sewing. Take up is our phrasal verb. And notice I pronounced it as one, taking up, because the preposition belongs to the verb. Native speakers may drop that taking, that G sound, and it sounds more like taken. But then you have to connect the preposition, taken up. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. You may hear that. And did you get sewing? Because of course the pronunciation is the same as sew. There's no sewing though, adding an ing. So sewing is the activity, but the pronunciation is the same as the word sew. Let's talk about this phrasal verb. When you take up an activity or a hobby, it simply means start. And this is one of the reasons that students, you don't understand native speakers because our vocabularies are filled with phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions like this one. So remember our last expression, I have a lot on my plate. Let's combine these together. I'd love to take up sewing, but I already have so much on my plate at work. Of course, take is a verb, so you need to conjugate it. I could say Max took up guitar last year and he's already amazing. What about you? Are you thinking of taking up? Notice you need that gerund, thinking of, taking up. Are you thinking of taking up a new activity or hobby? Share that in the comments below.
We'll take up yoga or jogging, or, we'll be organized.
Taking up dressmaking?
Yeah, I am.
Well, Mrs. B and I did take up synchronized swimming.
Let's try a more advanced test. I'll say it 3 times. Have you nailed down the dates yet? Have you nailed down the dates yet? Have you nailed down the dates yet? I said, have you nailed down the dates yet? And the reason why this is more advanced is because I'm using an expression you may not be familiar with. For pronunciation, I said have you, but a lot of native speakers reduce you to just a ya, have ya, have ya nailed. So you might hear that. Now nailed, notice in the past simple that ed is a very soft D, nailed, nailed. But we have nailed down. So because I have a D sound on down and these two go together, I'll pronounce it as one and you'll only hear one D sound. Nailed down, nailed down. So it's pronounced exactly the same as nail down, but if you say it together, that D is used for both. Same with dates yet. Notice how that S blends into the Y for yet, dates yet. And it sounds like one word, dates yet, dates yet. The phrasal verb here is to nail something down. And that's when you firmly establish or confirm something. So just think of it as 100% confirmed. I could say I'm not signing the contract until we nail down the terms. Once the terms are nailed down, they're 100% confirmed. So you can think of them as official. So then I'm comfortable signing the contract. In a more everyday context, you might say, let's nail down our vacation plans by the end of the week. And once your plans are nailed down, they're 100% confirmed, so you can get excited about your vacation. Now notice my question, have you nailed down the dates yet? What verb tense is that? It's the present perfect. And I'm using the present perfect because this is an unfinished timeline. If the person says no, it's still possible for them to nail down the dates, to confirm the dates, because it's unfinished. To reply, you can say no, not yet, because we use yet with the present perfect. No, I haven't nailed down the dates yet. Or you could say, yes, I nailed down the dates, past simple, to show a completed past action. Or you could say, yes, I have nailed down the dates. This is the present perfect. It's a completed past action with a result in the present.
Once we nail down our mission.
I'm just nailing down the specifics.
I'll nail it down this week.
Let's do one more, even more advanced. I'll say it 3 times. You can't dodge his calls forever. You can't dodge his calls forever. You can't dodge his calls forever. Did you get this one? I said you can't dodge his calls forever. Now notice can't. In spoken English, I'm not going to pronounce that hard can't with the T. You can't dodge. Notice here, the D is silent, the middle D, dodge, dodge. Dodge his calls forever. Now, what does dodge mean? To dodge. This is when you purposely avoid or ignore. So he's calling, but I'm not answering. I'm purposely ignoring it. I'm dodging his call. So to you, I might say you can't dodge speaking in public forever. You can't purposely avoid it or ignore the activity. At some point, you just have to do it. Now notice I use dodge speaking because you can dodge something, his call, or you can dodge doing something. So the verb in ing, dodge speaking. We sometimes use this in a more positive way. I might say, great job dodging that question. So maybe you were asked an inappropriate question in an interview or a meeting, but then you strategically avoided answering that question. So I might say, great job dodging that question.
She's dodging calls.
Why have you been dodging my calls?
She's dodging my phone calls.
Now let's do an imitation exercise. I'm going to say each sentence again 3 times, but I'm going to leave enough time for you to repeat the sentence out loud and imitate my pronunciation. Let's do that now. I got a lot on my plate. I got a lot on my plate. I got a lot on my plate. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. I'm thinking of taking up sewing. Have you nailed down the dates yet? Have you nailed down the dates yet? Have you nailed down the dates yet? You can't dodge his calls forever. You can't dodge his calls forever. You can't dodge his calls forever. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Are you all set? Are you all set? Are you all set? I said, are you all set? Notice that the you becomes more of an unstressed ya or ya. So it's a very subtle difference, ya, ya. Native speakers will use both, are ya, are ya. Are you all set? And notice I don't push out that T, so set, all set. Now what does this mean, to be all set? This simply means to be ready. So you can use this all the time in your daily speech. So I could ask you, are you ready for your presentation tomorrow? And you can reply back with those 2 words, all set, all set. The full form would be, I am all set, and then you can just reduce that to all set, which means I'm ready for my presentation tomorrow. We commonly use this to confirm that someone is ready to leave. Leave a house, leave a restaurant, leave any location. Are you ready to go? And you can reply back with those 2 words, all set, which means I'm ready to go. All set?
All set?
All set.
Let's try this again, a little more challenging. I'll say it 3 times. My week's off to a rocky start. My week's off to a rocky start. My week's off to a rocky start. Did you get this one? I said my week's off to a rocky start. Notice that contraction, weeks, that is week is. My week is, my week's. My week's off. And instead of saying to a, I can combine those together with a w, to a. So I use that w to glide. To a, to a. My week's off to a rocky start. The reason why this is more difficult is because you may not know the expression. The expression is to be off, to a, and then adjective, start. And in this example, my adjective is rocky. My week's off to a rocky start. Rocky means difficult or uncertain.
He and I got off to a rocky start.
All right, sure. Tonight got off to a weird rocky start.
We often use this adjective rocky to describe relationships. It could be a romantic relationship, a relationship with family or friends, or a relationship with your boss or coworker. Your friend might come to you upset and say, our relationship is a little rocky right now, and she wants your advice. But remember, you can use any adjective with this expression, so hopefully you'll use a positive one. My week's off to an amazing start. And notice, because my adjective starts with a vowel, my article becomes an amazing start.
Off to a great start.
So we're off to a good start.
And you can use this expression as a reply to, how's your week going? So why don't you practice this right now? How's your week going? And I want you to put in the comments, my week's off to a adjective start. And you choose the adjective. Put that in the comments. And hopefully it's a positive adjective. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. What do you have on the go today? What do you have on the go today? What do you have on the go today? Did you get this one? I said, what do you have on the go today? Have you heard that native speakers pronounce what do you as what'ya? What'ya? We combine all those sounds together. What'ya? An alternative is whatcha. Whatcha. And I use both of them equally, so it's important that you know both of them as well. And this question is how a native speaker will commonly ask, what are you doing today? So the expression is have on the go. What do you have on the go today? What are you doing today? Now, instead of have on the go, native speakers will also say, what do you have going on? So on the go is one option, going on is another option. What do you have going on today?
Hey girl, what do you got going on today?
So to answer, maybe you could say, today I'm studying JForrest English lessons. Is that what you have going on today? Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. Did you nod off in the presentation too? Did you nod off in the presentation too? Did you nod off in the presentation too? Did you get this one? I said, did you nod off in the presentation too? Native speakers will combine did you and say did you. Did you. So you hear a j sound. Did you. Or we can reduce that to did ya or did ya. So that or So all 3 options are common. Nod off is a phrasal verb, so we'll pronounce it as one word, nod off. So notice I'll take that D sound and I'll connect it on the off, but I have to combine it together. Nod off, nod off, nod off. To nod off, this means that you fall asleep accidentally when you're not supposed to, like during a presentation. So hopefully you're not nodding off during this lesson right now. Or maybe you nodded off on the bus. I nodded off on the bus and missed my stop. Has that ever happened to you? Or maybe you see one of your coworkers nodding off. I think Sarah nodded off. Someone should wake her up before her boss sees her.
Did you just nod off?
I nodded off.
So I nodded off a little.
Nodded off? Ross, you were snoring.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation. I'm going to say each sentence again, and I want you to repeat the sentence aloud and imitate my pronunciation. Are you all set? Are you all set? Are you all set? My week's off to a rocky start. My week's off to a rocky start. My week's off to a rocky start. What do you have on the go today? What do you have on the go today? What do you have on the go today? Did you nod off in the presentation too? Did you nod off in the presentation too? Did you nod off in the presentation too? Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Is Tuesday doable? Is Tuesday doable? Is Tuesday doable? Did you get this one? I said, is Tuesday doable? Only 3 words, but maybe you didn't hear that last word. Or maybe you heard it, but you don't understand what this means. So let's talk about it. First, for pronunciation, some native speakers pronounce Tuesday as Tuesday, with a ch sound, Tuesday. This is not standard pronunciation in American English. In American English, standard pronunciation is Tuesday, Tuesday. But you may hear Tuesday, so don't be confused, but I recommend you use Tuesday. Let's talk about to be doable. If something is doable, it means it's achievable. So you are able to do it, it's doable. This expression is commonly used in the negative. For example, finishing the project with 3 people wasn't doable, so we hired 2 more.
It's not doable.
In this example, notice wasn't. This is the verb to be doable, is conjugated in the past simple with the subject, and it's in the negative. Of course, you can also use this expression in the positive. You could say, becoming a confident English speaker is doable. It's achievable, right? You agree with that, so put that's doable, that's doable, that's doable, put it in the comments. And I certainly hope these lessons help you do just that. So of course, make sure you subscribe and share these lessons with your friends.
Well, that sounds doable.
Doable.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Dinner's ready, let's dig in. Dinner's ready, let's dig in. Dinner's ready, let's dig in. Did you get this one? I said dinner's ready. You probably heard that one. Let's dig in. Again, maybe you heard the words, but you're not really sure what this means. So let's talk about that. First, notice dinner's ready. Dinner is, and then as a contraction, dinners. Dinner's ready. Let's, this is a contraction, let us, let's dig in. Dig in is a phrasal verb, so native speakers will link those sounds together. We'll take that G sound and we'll transfer it to the next word. Dig in, gin, gin. So you hear that G in front of in, but you have to say them as one word. Dig in, dig in. Let's dig in. Dig in has a simple meaning. It means to begin eating a meal. Someone might say, the food's getting cold, please dig in. Please start eating. Or someone might say, before we dig in, let's take a moment to appreciate this beautiful meal. Keep in mind this phrasal verb, let's dig in, it's only used with meals, but is very commonly used and you eat maybe 3 times a day, so you can get a lot of use out of this one expression.
Dig in.
Let's dig in.
Dig in.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Mark my words, I'll get it done. Mark my words, I'll get it done. Mark my words, I'll get it done. How'd you do with this one? I said, mark my words, I'll get it done. So again, pronunciation perhaps easy to understand the words, but what does this mean? First, for pronunciation, notice all. That's our contraction. I will, all. I'll get it. Because we have a T and it's between 2 vowels, so we'll pronounce that T as a soft D, but you have to connect the sounds together. Get it, get it, get it. Done. Native speakers do something a little weird. Sometimes we change the word it to her, but we pronounce it as So it will sound like get her done, get her done. I'll get her done. Can you get her done? So we do that even though there is no gender in English, so that it doesn't represent a female noun. But when we do change a noun to a gender, we always use her, but we pronounce it as Get her done. You can hear that in this clip.
I think I can get her done in under 5 hours.
Now, to get it done, to get something done, native speakers will commonly say get her done. This simply means that you complete a task, but we're using it because the task is obvious. It's already been identified, so you can change it to it. So if you're in a meeting and you're discussing a report, then it's obvious, so someone might ask you, can you get it done by 5 o'clock? You can reply back and say, mark my words, I'll get her done. Now, what does mark my words mean? This is a way of saying I promise, or I'm certain this is true. In this case, it's a promise, I will get it done. And that's why we're using the future simple, because we use the future simple with promises and commitments. You can use this expression in more of a dramatic way to say, I'm certain this is true. For example, you shouldn't work with that company, mark my words. So you're emphasizing your certainty about the fact that the person shouldn't work with that company, maybe because they have a bad reputation. Mark my words. So you can use this as a standalone expression before or after to sound quite dramatic, quite forceful.
Mark my words, Seinfeld.
Mark my words.
Mark my words, pal.
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. We need to up the ante. We need to up the ante. We need to up the ante. Did you get this one? I said we need to up the ante. To is commonly reduced to just a ta. We need to, we need to, we need to up the ante. Notice that pronunciation, ante, ante. And you can pronounce the as the with a long E because ante starts with a vowel. Native speakers don't always follow this rule. To up the ante, this is when you increase your demands in a situation or your risk involved in a situation, and you do this to achieve a better result. This is commonly used in negotiation. So imagine there's a union and they're negotiating with the company, and the union increased their demands. They upped the ante. For example, the union upped the ante by demanding a 5% raise. Now notice here, the word up is used as the verb, to up the ante, and that's why it's conjugated in the past simple, upped. And notice that pronunciation, it's a soft T. The ED is pronounced as a soft T, upped, upped the ante. Now you negotiate anytime you're entering into a partnership, an agreement, even when you accept a job with a company. So you can use this expression. Maybe a business is trying to get a new contract, and someone says, I thought we had until the end of the week to accept the contract. And someone else replies, we did, but they upped the ante. So they increased their demands. We have until 5 p.m. tonight.
Great emotion. Talk about upping the ante.
Well, the dress, up the ante.
We've got to up the ante.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice your pronunciation. I'll say each sentence again 3 times, but after each sentence, I want you to repeat it out loud. Here we go. Is Tuesday doable? Is Tuesday doable? Is Tuesday doable? Dinner's ready, let's dig in. Dinner's ready, let's dig in. Dinner's ready, let's dig in. Mark my words, I'll get it done. Mark my words, I'll get it done. Mark my words, I'll get it done. We need to up the ante. We need to up the ante. We need to up the ante. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Thanks for your help. You rock. Thanks for your help. You rock. Thanks for your help. You rock. Did you get this one? I said, thanks for your help. You rock. Very easy, right? At a natural pace, native speakers, we reduce sound. So for becomes fur. Thanks for. Your becomes your. Thanks for your. Thanks for your help. Your help. Thanks for your help. Now let's review a common mistake that I hear beginner students make and sometimes even advanced students. You can say thank you or thanks. You cannot say thanks you or thank. And notice in our example, we have thanks for your help. Thanks for your help. What is your help? This is a noun. So we have thanks for plus noun. You can also use thanks for plus gerund because for is a preposition. So what would thanks for your help be in the gerund form? Do you know? Thanks for helping me. Thanks for your help. Thanks for helping me. And you rock, this is a very natural way to say you're great, you're awesome. I use this in the comment section to reply to your lovely comments all the time. But don't say you are rock. It is not to be rock, it is to rock. You rock, you're awesome, you're really great, you rock. Put that in the comments. You rock, you rock.
Thanks for your help.
Thanks for helping me.
Thanks, Billy. You rock.
You rock.
Let's try this again, a little more difficult. I'll say it 3 times. She's starting to rub off on you. She's starting to rub off on you. She's starting to rub off on you. Did you get this one? I said she's starting to rub off on you. She's is our contraction. She is, she's. She's starting to. So instead of to, you can use an unstressed to. She's starting to rub off. Because rub off is a phrasal verb, they go together. I can take that B sound and connect it to the next word, but I have to combine them together. I have to say them as one word. Rub off, boff, rub off, rub off. I can also take that on and add it together. So I'm saying those 3 words as one. Rub off on. So here I'm taking the F from off and I'm adding it to on. Fawn. Rub off on. Rub off on. Rub off on you. What does this mean? To rub off on someone is when someone's behavior or personality affects someone else. Let's take Janice, and let's say Janice loves helping other people. Now let's say Fernando spends a week working with Janice, and now Fernando starts helping other people. You could say Janice rubbed off on Fernando. Here we have it in the past simple, rubbed, rubbed, rubbed off on. Janice rubbed off on Fernando. Now you could also take the specific personality trait or characteristic, in this case Janice's helpfulness, which is a noun. Janice's helpfulness, because the helpfulness belongs to Janice, so it's possessive. Janice's helpfulness rubbed off on Fernando. So that specific character trait of Janice transferred to Fernando because they spent time together.
Marcus is really rubbing off on you.
Finally, I'm rubbing off on you.
My deviousness has finally rubbed off on you.
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. He rubs me the wrong way. He rubs me the wrong way. He rubs me the wrong way. Did you get this one? I said, he rubs me the wrong way. Notice this expression uses the verb to rub, and our last expression used the verb to rub, but they have completely different meanings. And that's why this is a more advanced listening exercise, because maybe you understood the words, but you don't know what this means. To rub someone the wrong way. This is to annoy someone, but without intending to. Remember Janice from our last example, and she was very helpful, but maybe for some reason, she just rubs you the wrong way. She annoys you, but there's nothing that she does to annoy you, just maybe your personalities clash. They don't go together. So if you're planning a social gathering, you might say, is it okay if we don't invite Janice? She rubs me the wrong way. Now, an entire person like poor Janice can rub you the wrong way, but it also could be something specific that someone said or did. And overall, you like Janice, but just that one thing she said or did rubbed you the wrong way. For example, your comment just rubbed me the wrong way. So maybe she said something in a meeting that really annoyed you, but you know she did not intend to annoy you. So here, your comment, this is a noun. Your comment rubbed the past simple of the verb to rub, and notice that soft D, rubbed, rubbed me the wrong way.
Wait, is it me? Like, do I rub you the wrong way?
Not Jay. Guy rubs me the wrong way. She rubs everyone the wrong way, but Pop.
Our final listening exercise, and the most advanced, I'll say it 3 times. I had a hunch he'd quit. I had a hunch he'd quit. I had a hunch he'd quit. Did you get this one? I said, I had a hunch he'd quit. Notice for pronunciation, I had a. So I combine had a together as one word. I had a hunch he'd quit. Now, did you hear that the he'd quit? Well, that D represents what word? Would. He would quit, he'd quit. He'd quit. Very difficult for students to hear. Native speakers understand it based on context and based on grammatical structure. It would sound awkward without it. So we know it's there even though we can't really hear it either. When you have a hunch is the noun, and then the verb that goes with it is have. So to have a hunch, this is when you think or predict that something is going to happen, but it isn't based on facts, it's based on your intuition, your feeling. So you could say, I have a hunch she'll accept our invitation. Now, if someone replies back and says, why? All you would say is, because I have a hunch. I have a feeling. I have a gut feeling. And notice the grammar here. I have a hunch. This is the present simple. And then she'll accept. She will accept. That's the future simple. I have a hunch she'll accept our invitation, because you're making a prediction about the future. But you could use this in the past, like our listening exercise. I had a hunch last week in the past, so that's the past simple. Last week, I had a hunch that he would quit. So would is the past simple of the verb will. I had a hunch that he'd quit. And using that is optional. You don't need it. You could simply say, I had a hunch he'd quit.
I had a hunch.
Just a hunch.
I had a hunch, but I wasn't certain.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice speaking fast just like a native. I'll say each sentence again 3 times, and this time I want you to repeat each sentence out loud. Here we go. Thanks for your help, you rock. Thanks for your help, you rock. Thanks for your help, you rock. She's starting to rub off on you. She's starting to rub off on you. She's starting to rub off on you. He rubs me the wrong way. He rubs me the wrong way. He rubs me the wrong way. I had a hunch he'd quit. I had a hunch he'd quit. I had a hunch he'd quit. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. You're on a roll. You're on a roll. You're on a roll. Did you get this one? I said you're on a roll. Notice that contraction, your. This is you are. And native speakers, we pronounce this very unstressed. You're on a. Notice how on a sounds like one word because I use that N from on. I transfer it to a, on na. But I have to say it as one word, on a. You're on a roll. You're on a roll.
You're on a roll.
What does this mean? This is a great expression because when you're on a roll, it means you're experience a period of continuous success or good fortune. So this is a very positive thing. In the sports world, if a sports team wins 5 games in a row, which means consecutively one after the other, that team would be on a roll. Or in the workplace, let's say Mohammed has a sales job and Mohammed made 5 sales today. He's on a roll because you need the verb to be. He is as a contraction, he's on a roll.
He's on a roll.
Or how about you? If you pass this listening test, the next one, and the next one in this lesson, you can say, I pass all 4 listening tests, I'm on a roll.
I'm on a roll.
Or you could say, I've studied English every day this month so that continuous success, one after the other. I've studied English every day this month. I'm on a roll. And notice that verb tense, I've studied. I have studied. This is the present perfect, and it's being used because it's an unfinished time reference. So if I say this month, it means the month is still in progress. Maybe it's the 20th or 23rd. So put I'm on a roll because you're watching this lesson, and I'm sure you've watched other English lessons, hopefully mine, this week. So you can say I'm on a roll. Put that in the comments.
Are we on a roll or are we on a roll?
Our next listening exercise, a little more difficult. I'll say it 3 times. I'm not a fan of sports. I'm not a fan of sports. I'm not a fan of sports. Did you get this one? I said I'm not a fan of sports. Notice that contraction. I am, I'm, not a can be linked together, so said as one word. But notice that T is between 2 vowels, so I'm going to pronounce it as a soft D. Nada, nada. I'm not a fan of. So I can combine fan of together, fan of. But I need to take that N and transfer it to the next sound, nuv, fan of. I'm not a fan of sports. I'm not a fan of sports. This has a very simple meaning. To be a fan of something or someone means you like it. You like that something or you like that someone. What about you? Are you a fan of American football, which in North America we just call football, but to avoid confusion for you, are you a fan of American football, the NFL? To reply on the negative side, you can say, I'm not at all a fan. So this means you really dislike sports or American football. I'm not at all a fan. A little less negative, I'm not a fan. I dislike it, but not really dislike it. I dislike American football. I'm a fan. I'm a huge fan. I'm a giant fan if you love American football. So which one describes you? Put it in the comments. For me, I would say I'm not at all a fan. I would rather watch football, soccer, than American football, which we call football. Now remember, you can use this expression with something or someone. For example, I'm a fan of Taylor Swift. And of course that means her music, what she does. I'm a fan of Taylor Swift. I'm a fan of Elon Musk. Or sports, something. I'm a fan of yoga, biking. Technology is a great something. I'm a fan of Google Drive. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Google Drive. I love it. I'm a fan of Amazon. I'm a fan of Android. Whatever you want. So you can get a lot of use out of this expression.
I just wanted to tell you, I'm a huge fan.
I'm a huge fan.
Not a sports fan, huh?
Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. You really hit the jackpot. You really hit the jackpot. You really hit the jackpot. Did you get this one? I said you really hit the jackpot. Now, native speakers, we often pronounce you as a very unstressed yeah. You really hit. Notice I don't say hit and pronounce that T because it forces me to take a pause. Hit the. So you don't really hear the T. This is called a flap T. Hit the jackpot. Now, when you hit the jackpot, it means you win the lottery, which is an awesome thing.
Woohoo! I hit the jackpot!
But outside of the context of the lottery, when you hit the jackpot, it means you achieve a highly desirable or fortunate outcome. And it's by chance. Just like when you win the lottery, when you hit the jackpot, it's by chance. They just pull a number and by chance, it's your number, you hit the jackpot. So when you use this expression outside of the lottery, it's also by chance. So I could say, I love fashion and my boss just assigned me to the Vogue account. Vogue is a fashion brand. And I get to go to Fashion Week for free. I hit the jackpot. But this suggests that it was just by chance that I was given the Vogue account. It's not because I spent weeks preparing a presentation to try to get the account. It was just randomly assigned to me. I hit the jackpot. And just remember those conjugations of hit, it's hit, hit, hit. So very easy to remember. So in the past simple, last week, I hit the jackpot when my boss assigned me to the Vogue account. Or I could say, I've hit the jackpot, the present perfect I have. I've hit the jackpot with this new account. In this case, the present perfect is for an action, a completed past action that has a result in the present. And here's a true example. My students are absolutely amazing. All of you are so amazing. I truly feel like I've hit the jackpot with such amazing students, especially when I read the comments and everyone is so positive and supportive. I truly feel like I've hit the jackpot. So thank you all. Our final listening exercise and the most challenging listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. She really pushes my buttons. She really pushes my buttons. She really pushes my buttons. Did you get this one? I said she really pushes my buttons. And this is the most difficult one because maybe you heard the individual words, but do you know what it means? If someone said this to you, would you be able to reply back? Would you be able to have a conversation? Because this is an advanced idiom that native speakers use. For pronunciation, maybe the word buttons wasn't clear because native speakers, we don't pronounce those T's. I don't say buttons, buttons. That sounds very awkward for me to pronounce. I never, ever say it like that. I always say buttons, 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 buttons. So those T's become flap T's. We don't push out the air. Now you can absolutely say buttons. You can pronounce the T, but it's important that you know how native speakers pronounce it so you can understand us and not be confused when we say buttons. And you can hear that unstressed buttons in this clip. Let's listen now.
Button, button. Who's got the button?
So now that you know how to hear buttons, let's learn about this expression to push one's buttons. And notice buttons is always plural. This is when you annoy someone on purpose. Now, why would you annoy someone on purpose? Well, you have maybe a sister, a brother, a best friend, a husband, a wife, a mom and dad, and you probably know how to push their buttons. You know how to get a reaction out of them. And let's be honest, sometimes you do it on purpose, right? So let's say you have a sibling, your mom could say to you, "Why do you always push your sister's buttons?" So notice your sister's buttons. The buttons belong to your sister, so you need the possessive there. And your mom is saying, "Why do you always purposely annoy your sister?" And maybe you push her buttons by talking about her ex-boyfriend. And you know just the mention of his name really irritates her. But you do it on purpose to get that reaction. Let's be honest, we've all done something like this. There are always little rivalries in the workplace as well. So someone could say, "She's just trying to push my buttons, but it won't work." So she's saying someone else is trying to annoy her on purpose, but she's going to ignore it. It won't work. And maybe this other coworker is doing this by talking about the Vogue account that she lost. Remember, she hit the jackpot with the Vogue account, but then she forgot to do something and they fired her from the account, so she's not going to Fashion Week and she's not working on the Vogue account. So just talking about the Vogue account really creates a reaction in her. This happens a lot. Let's say you have two friends, one of them supports this sports team and the other friend supports this sports team and they're rivals, and simply talking about the other sports team gets that person really upset and annoyed. So you could say, "I know how to push Alexander's buttons. Just mention how France lost the World Cup."
He pushes my buttons.
This kid is pushing my buttons.
Really knows how to push buttons.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice all these natural pronunciation changes. I'll say each sentence again 3 times, but this time after I say it, I want you to repeat it out loud. Here we go. You're on a roll. You're on a roll. You're on a roll. I'm not a fan of sports. I'm not a fan of sports. I'm not a fan of sports. You really hit the jackpot. You really hit the jackpot. You really hit the jackpot. She really pushes my buttons. She really pushes my buttons. She really pushes my buttons. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. It's not a big deal at all. It's not a big deal at all. It's not a big deal at all. Did you get this one? I said it's not a big deal at all. It's a contraction of it is. Not a, we can combine these together, but notice we have a T between 2 vowels. So a native speaker is going to pronounce that as a soft D and say nada, nada. It's nada. It's nada. Big deal. And then we can do the same with at, with that T, and then all. I can put them together and then I'll pronounce that T as a soft D, and it sounds like at all, at all, at all, at all. It's not a big deal at all. Let's talk about what this means, to be a big deal. This describes something that's important, serious, or significant. We use this in both positive and negative situations. For example, when you do something and the consequences are serious in a bad way. Getting caught plagiarizing is a big deal. You could be expelled. So here the consequences are serious in a negative way. You could be expelled, which means permanently removed from your school.
Is that big of a deal? Yes, it's a big deal.
But we also use this in a positive way. Getting a promotion is a big deal. You can finally buy a house. So here, the promotion is important and significant for the impact it will have on your life. It's a big deal.
No big deal. It's a huge deal.
Now remember, our example was in the negative. It's not a big deal at all. So we can use this in two ways. First, to say that something isn't serious, significant, or important. For example, missing the party isn't a big deal. Your friend will understand. So the consequence of that action, missing the party, isn't very important or significant or serious.
It's really not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
Now we also use this as a reply when someone offers appreciation or their thanks for something we did. Your friend could say, thanks for agreeing to help me move this weekend. I really appreciate it. And you can reply back and say, it's not a big deal at all. I'm happy to help. Now, if you want to sound really American and casual, you can reduce that entire sentence to two words, no biggie, no biggie. So no biggie represents it's not a big deal, no biggie.
Aw, no biggie.
It's really common with native speakers in a casual, informal way. So I could show my appreciation to you and say thank you so much for liking this video and subscribing. Don't forget to do those two things. And then you can reply back and say, no biggie, no biggie. It's not a big deal at all. I'm happy to. So put that in the comments. No biggie, no biggie, no biggie. Put that in the comments. Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. So what are you into? So what are you into? So what are you into? I said, so what are you into? What are can combine together, and that are can sound very reduced. Water, water, what-er. So in what are, water. Water. So basically, I'm forming a contraction in spoken English, although this does not exist as a contraction, is what we do in spoken English. So water, you can become more of an unstressed ya or ya, almost identical in pronunciation. Water, ya, into. So you can take into and change it to into. I didn't do that personally, but many native speakers do. So be prepared to hear to as ta. So what are you into? What are you into? This is a casual way to ask someone about their interests or preferences. So definitely add this to your vocabulary. It will help you sound like a native American speaker.
So what exactly are you into, Jesse?
To reply, you can say I'm, to be into, I am, I'm into, plus a noun. I'm into music, art, yoga, photography, hiking, biking, or whatever other activity that you're into. It's also very common to answer what are you into just with a verb of preference and simply say, I like music, I love yoga, I adore photography, or whatever your interest or preference is.
So, what are you into?
What about you, Sleeveless? What are you into?
Let's try this again. I'll say it 3 times. Can we play it by ear? Can we play it by ear? Can we play it by ear? Did you get this one? I said, can we play it by ear? Can is an auxiliary verb. It's there to ask the question. When it's an auxiliary verb, we pronounce it as kin. Unstressed, because the main verb is what you hear, play. Can you play? Can you play? We can combine play and it together. I'll take that Y and I'll use it to connect. Play it, yit, play it, play it. But you say it as one word. Can we play it by ear? Do you know what this means? When you play something by ear, it means that you make decisions as they happen rather than planning in advance. If your friend or spouse asks you, what should we do this weekend? And you don't want to make plans. You just want to decide as it's happening. So you wait until dinner to decide what you're going to have for dinner rather than planning it in advance the day before. You can say, let's just play it by ear. Let's just play it by ear.
You're right. Let's play it by ear.
Or someone asks, what are you going to do on vacation? Because they know you have a vacation planned. You can reply back and say, we have a few tours planned and we'll play the rest by ear. The rest being the rest of your vacation. We'll play the rest by ear. We'll decide what we want to do in the moment based on how we feel, based on where we are, based on the situation, rather than deciding in advance. What about you? When you're planning a vacation, do you prefer to have a full itinerary? Which means every day, all the activities you're going to do on that day are decided in advance. That's a full itinerary. Or do you prefer to play it by ear? No plans. You're just going to decide what to do based on how you feel. Or perhaps number 3, a little bit of both. So put in the comments your preference 1, 2, or 3. As for me, I would probably choose number 2, just to play it by ear. I like being more spontaneous, but my husband Kevin, he is definitely a full itinerary person, which I learned the first time we planned a vacation together. So now we do number 3, we do a little bit of both, so we both are satisfied. What about you? Share yours in the comments.
I don't know, play it by ear. Why?
Let's try this one more time. I'll say it 3 times. Turns out I bought a knockoff. Turns out I bought a knockoff. Turns out I bought a knockoff. Did you get this one? Maybe a little more challenging. I said, turns out I bought a knockoff. Turns out, I can combine those together and it sounds like turns out. So I'm using that S to glide to the next word, but I say it as one word, turns out. Turns out I bought a, so bought is pronounced bought, so I can combine those together, boughta, boughta. Just like got a, native speakers commonly say gotta, well you can do the same thing with bought a, boughta, boughta. Knock, the K is silent, and off, because they go together, knock off, it's one word, I'm going to use that knock off, cough. So I'm going to pronounce the final K on knock, and I'm going to pronounce it on off, knock off, knock off. Let's talk about what this means. Turns out, to turn out, this is an extremely common phrasal verb and is used in many expressions in daily speech. So definitely add it to your vocabulary. In this context, turns out is used to say that something is surprising or unexpected. So I did not expect this situation.
Turns out it was spam.
So let's say you were supposed to work late tonight and you knew about this last week. You've planned your entire week to work late today. You've made plans and arrangements, but then your boss says, oh, actually, you don't have to work late tonight. We finished the project. So you can say, oh, turns out I don't have to work late tonight, because it's unexpected, it's surprising, it's not what you thought. Turns out. Grammatically, there should be a subject here. It turns out I don't have to work late tonight. But this is called a dummy subject in English, where the subject it doesn't actually represent anything, it's just the existence, the situation. Because it's a dummy subject, in spoken English, we often drop it and just say, turns out I don't have to work late tonight. But in written English, a subject is required grammatically. Let's talk about a knockoff. What is this? Because turns out I bought a knockoff. What's a knockoff? A knockoff is a copy or an imitation of something, usually a product or service. Knockoffs are very common with designer brands. So the original is a Louis Vuitton handbag, which has a very distinct look to it. But there are a lot of knockoffs. They're fake. They're fake Louis Vuittons. And from a distance, you probably can't tell at all. But when you examine the quality of the material, it's very obvious. So in this situation, maybe it's my friend bought a Louis Vuitton, but turns out it was a knockoff.
Are these designer or knockoff?
Can't you just buy another knockoff?
That's actually a cubic zirconia knockoff.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice all of these pronunciation changes that take place in spoken English. I'll say each sentence again 3 times, and after I say the sentence, I want you to repeat the sentence out loud and imitate my pronunciation. Here we go. It's not a big deal at all. It's not a big deal at all. It's not a big deal at all. So what are you into? So what are you into? So what are you into? Can we play it by ear? Can we play it by ear? Can we play it by ear? Turns out I bought a knockoff. Turns out I bought a knockoff. Turns out I bought a knockoff. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. It was a cakewalk. It was a cakewalk. It was a cakewalk. Did you get this one? I said it was a cakewalk. Let's talk about was a. You can combine these together and it sounds like was za. So notice I'm linking the sounds and I'm taking that was, but it's a it's a voiced sound. So I'm going to transfer that sound to a. So you hear za, was a. It was a cakewalk. It was a cakewalk.
This thing was a cakewalk, right?
What does this mean to be a cakewalk? This means that something is simple or effortless. You might be familiar with the idiom to be a piece of cake. When you describe something as a piece of cake, it means simple or effortless. This is the same idiom, it's just slightly changing it to be a cakewalk.
Piece of cake.
Hopefully, you would say learning English becomes a cakewalk when you have a great teacher. If you agree, then put cakewalk, put cakewalk in the comments. Remember that you have to conjugate your verb to be with the subject and the time reference. This was a cakewalk in the past simple. This is a cakewalk in the present simple. This will be a cakewalk in which verb tense? The future simple. And this has been a cakewalk. Which verb tense? The present perfect. And also remember the article. It's always a cakewalk. This was a cakewalk. Let's try this again, a little more advanced. I'll say it 3 times. It's a Band-Aid fix. It's a Band-Aid fix. It's a Band-Aid fix. Did you hear this one? I said it's a Band-Aid fix. Of course, it's is our contraction of it is, it's. Band-Aid is 2 words, but to pronounce them like one, I'll take that D and transfer it to the vowel. Band-Aid, dade, Band-Aid, Band-Aid, Band-Aid fix. A Band-Aid fix is a temporary solution to a problem. To understand this expression, you need to know what a Band-Aid is. This is a Band-Aid. This is the brand name for bandage, but the brand name is Band-Aid, and native speakers just refer to bandages as Band-Aids.
Tried putting Band-Aids on it, but...
Remember, this means a temporary solution to a problem. You could say, filling the potholes is a Band-Aid fix. This entire road needs to be repaved.
But it's just a Band-Aid fix.
Now, there are many temporary solutions to help you improve your English, but not all of them are permanent. For example, relying on ChatGPT to write for you is a Band-Aid fix. Remember the article, our noun is a fix, and then Band-Aid is an adjective, a Band-Aid fix. And although a Band-Aid fix means a temporary solution, you can't say a Band-Aid solution. You must always say a Band-Aid fix because that's the word choice in this expression. Let's try this again, a little more difficult. I'll say it 3 times. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't rest on your laurels. Did you get this one? I said you can't rest on your laurels. Native speakers often pronounce T as a flap T, which means we don't push out that puff of air because it forces us to take a pause. You can't. So I don't say you can't. I say you can't. You can't rest on. So here you hear that T because I'm linking the 2 words together and I'm transferring the T sound onto the vowel. Rest on, ton, rest on, rest on. Your is pronounced in spoken English as an unstressed your. You can't rest on your laurels. This could be a hard word to pronounce depending on your native language because we have an R and an L. Laurels. Laurels. So divide the sounds until you're comfortable with each sound. Laurels. And then you can pronounce it as one. Laurels. Laurels. The expression is to rest on your laurels. We use this to say that you shouldn't become too comfortable or stagnant with past achievements, past successes. You should set new goals. You should push yourself further. You shouldn't rest on your laurels. For example, the author wrote an international bestseller, but then rested on her laurels. So she had a past accomplishment, past success with this international bestseller that she wrote, but because she rested on her laurels, it means that she didn't set new goals, she didn't push herself further, so she didn't write anything after that international bestseller. She just remained successful based on her past success, but didn't achieve any new success. Let's think about this in a language learning context. Maybe you have a past success with a high score on an exam. It's amazing that you got a band 9 on your IELTS last year, but you can't just rest on your laurels. So this sounds like after your amazing accomplishment, your band 9, you stopped trying to improve. You stopped trying to improve even more. You just rested on your laurels. You had that past success and you thought you were done with language learning, which of course isn't the case. So to help motivate this friend who's resting on their laurels, you can say subscribe to JForrest English and keep improving, keep learning, keep growing. Don't rest on your laurels. Let's try this one more time, the most advanced listening exercise. I'll say it 3 times. I'm going out for a bit. I'm going out for a bit. I'm going out for a bit. Did you get this one? I said, I'm going out for a bit. Of course, I'm is our contraction of I am, I'm. I'm going out. Again, we have that flap T because I'm not going to say out. I'm going out. I'm going out. Now, many native speakers will combine all 3 of these together and they'll pronounce for as more of an unstressed fur. For a bit, for a bit. And again, that flat T on bit, because I'm not saying bit. For a bit. For a bit. You can still link them together even if you say for, or a native speaker commonly says for. For a bit, for a bit. Now, sometimes native speakers will pronounce the T in this case because it's at the end of a sentence. There's a period. So we have to take a pause anyway. For a bit, for a bit.
I'm going out for a bit.
To go out, this means to temporarily leave your current location, most commonly your home. For a bit is a time reference and it means for a small amount of time.
Sorry guys, I have to go out for a bit.
This is a common way that someone will say they're leaving. I'm going out for a bit. Now, where are they going? Well, remember, it's more of a they're going out temporarily. So perhaps they're going to run errands, go grocery shopping, meet a friend, or go to the movies, any small amount of time. We also commonly use this as a suggestion to say, let's leave the house and do something more interesting. We've been watching Netflix all day. Let's go out. Let's go out for a bit.
Let's go out tonight.
Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice these pronunciation changes and practice fast English. So I'll say each sentence again 3 times, and after each sentence, I want you to repeat the sentence out loud. Here we go. It was a cakewalk. It was a cakewalk. It was a cakewalk. It's a Band-Aid fix. It's a Band-Aid fix. It's a Band-Aid fix. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't rest on your laurels. I'm going out for a bit. I'm going out for a bit. I'm going out for a bit. Amazing job. Let's keep going. I'll say it 3 times. Our first listening exercise, whatever you need to complete the sentence, I'll play it 3 times.
Whatever she dishes out, you can give it right back double. Whatever she dishes out, you can give it right back double. Whatever she dishes out, you can give it right back double.
How'd you do with this one? Whatever she dishes out. Our phrasal verb is to dish out. Now let's review how to use this phrasal verb. To dish out. This simply means to criticize. So when you criticize someone or something, you say something negative about it. For example, she really dished it out to Tom at the meeting. She really criticized Tom at the meeting. Now notice I said dished it out. What's the it? The it represents the criticism. She dished out the criticism. She dished it out to Tom. And we always use this expression with criticism, so you don't need to specify that it. I'm sharing this phrasal verb with you because we have a very common expression in English. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. You can dish it out, which means you freely give criticism to others, but you can't take it. Which means if somebody tries to criticize you, you do not accept that. You become very upset or very angry. So if someone is being very critical, you might say, well, you can dish it out, but can you take it? Can you receive the criticism that you're giving? It's a way to remind someone that maybe you shouldn't criticize others. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. Amazing job. Now pay close attention because at the end of this lesson, I'm going to quiz you to make sure you really know how to use these phrasal verbs. Let's do this listening exercise again. Here's your sentence, and you need to complete the sentence. I'll play it 3 times.
We're all just muddling through, aren't we? We're all just muddling through, aren't we? We're all just muddling through, aren't we?
How'd you do with this one? We're all just muddling through. Let's learn how to use to muddle through. This is when you do or achieve something accidentally without a specific plan. For example, I muddled through making the cake. So maybe I had no idea how to make this cake. I didn't know the procedure. I didn't feel prepared. I muddled through making the cake, but it was actually quite delicious. So sometimes when you muddle through something, the result isn't very positive because you don't actually have a plan. Other times, it can be positive in the end. Amazing job. Number 3. Here's your sentence. You need to complete the sentence. I'll play it 3 times.
I'm excited to nerd out on it. I'm excited to nerd out on it. I'm excited to nerd out on it.
He's excited to nerd out on. This is a fun phrasal verb. Let's learn how to use it. To nerd out. Oh, I love this one. When you nerd out on something, it means you discuss it in great detail. Greater detail than the average person would normally do. For example, I can nerd out on sentence structure all day. I can discuss sentence structure, English sentence structure all day. But my friends who are native English speakers have no interest in discussing English sentence structure. To them, that is boring. But to me as an English teacher, and most likely to you as an English learner, we can nerd out on the English language all day. I can also nerd out on plants, talking about plants, different types of plants, looking at plants. I really love plants as well, but the average person probably doesn't want to discuss it in as much detail as I do. What about you? What's something that you could nerd out on? Nerd out on this specific topic all day. Share that in the comments. Number 4, complete the sentence. I'll play it 3 times.
Of course I'll stick around. Of course I'll stick around. Of course I'll stick around.
Of course, I'll stick around. Let's learn how to use this. To stick around. This is a very common phrasal verb, and it simply means to remain in a place for a period of time. Let's say you just finished dinner with a friend at a restaurant and you drove, but your friend took the bus. So you can just get in your car and leave, but your friend has to wait until the bus comes. So you could say, oh, don't worry, I'll stick around until the bus comes. I'll stay with you at this specific location, the restaurant or the bus stop, until the bus comes. Or let's say you're in the mall and it's raining outside. You might say, well, let's just stick around until it stops raining. So let's stay at this specific location until it stops raining. You'll absolutely use this in your daily speech and hear native speakers using this one all the time. Number 5, I'll play it 3 times.
Wash up for dinner, guys. Wash up for dinner, guys. Wash up for dinner, guys.
Did you get this one? Wash up for dinner. Let's review this phrasal verb. To wash up. This simply means to clean your hands, to wash your hands, and or to wash your face. So before dinner, you could say, oh, I just need to wash up. And most likely you're going to wash your hands. And I commonly say this in the evening before I watch a movie. I could say to my husband, oh, just give me 5 minutes to wash up before we start the movie. And for me, it's to wash my face because I love taking off my makeup before I watch a movie. It's a lot more comfortable. So women might use the wash up for our face more frequently. So it can be for both hands and face. Number 6, Here's your sentence. Let's see if you can complete it. I'll play it 3 times.
Now make sure if you leave, you lock up the house. Now make sure if you leave, you lock up the house. Now make sure if you leave, you lock up the house.
How'd you do with this one? Now make sure if you leave, you lock up the house. Very good advice. Let's review this one. To lock up. This is when you securely close your windows and doors or entrances to your house or building. So it's another way of simply saying lock. For example, make sure you lock up before bed. And in that case, it's in your home, and that's of course good advice. But if you work in a building, someone is likely responsible for locking up at the end of the workday. So one person might be responsible for making sure that all the entrances to that building are securely closed or locked. So for example, Sally is responsible for locking up. Number 7, we're going to review one of my favorite TV shows, Parks and Rec. Let's see if you can complete this sentence.
And while he was yammering on about whatever. And while he was yammering on about whatever. And while he was yammering on about whatever.
How'd you do with this one? And while he was yammering on. Let's review this. To yammer on. This is when you talk continuously in an annoying way. For example, I ran into Kate at the mall and she yammered on for hours and I missed my bus. So I ran into Kate, I saw Kate, but I wasn't expecting to see her. I saw her accidentally. I ran into Kate at the mall and she yammered on, oh, hi, Jennifer, I'd love to tell you about my vacation. And then 10 minutes later, she's still talking about her vacation and she doesn't realize that I'm not that interested in her vacation, or I'm just busy and need to leave. To yammer on. Number 8, they've been, let's listen 3 times.
They've been mouthing off to me. They've been mouthing off to me. They've been mouthing off to me.
Did you get this one? They've been mouthing off to me. Oh no. Let's review this one. To mouth off. When you mouth off to someone, you speak to that person in a disrespectful way or in an angry way. So this is something that kids, especially teenagers, do to their parents. And when I was a teenager, if I mouthed off to my parents, I would be grounded. When you're grounded, this means that certain privileges are taken away from you. So if you're grounded, maybe you can't go to the movies with your friends, you can't use the car, you can't use the computer, privileges you would normally have in the house.
You're grounded.
You're grounded. And as adults, we also don't want to mouth off to certain people like our boss or an authority figure like a police officer. Is definitely not a good idea to mouth off. Number 9, yeah, but I. Let's listen 3 times.
Yeah, but I maxed out my credit card. Yeah, but I maxed out my credit card. Yeah, but I maxed out my credit card.
Did you get this one? Yeah, but I maxed out my credit card. Uh-oh. Let's review this. To max out. When you max something out, it means you take that something to a limit. For example, I maxed out my credit cards on vacation. So your credit card has a limit, maybe $10,000. If you maxed out that credit card, it means that you spent $10,000, the maximum amount, the limit of that credit card. Likely not the best idea. And finally, number 10, this is a fun one. Let's listen 3 times.
I'm loading up on carbs. I'm loading up on carbs. I'm loading up on carbs.
How'd you do? I'm loading up on carbs. Let's learn how to use this. To load up on. When you load up on something, it means you consume a lot of that something, or you purchase a lot of that something for a specific purpose. So let's say you're an athlete. Right before a race or a competition, you might load up on carbs. Carbs are carbohydrates, energy for your body, so you want to consume a lot of carbs. Jim loaded up on carbs before the race. Or you could say we loaded up on toilet paper because it was on sale. So we purchased a large amount of toilet paper because it was on sale. So now you have 10 new phrasal verbs, plus you've improved your listening skills of real English. So are you ready for your quiz? Here are the questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready for the answers, hit play. How'd you do with that quiz? Let's find out. Here are the answers. Hit pause, review them, and when you're ready, hit play. Congratulations on completing this English listening masterclass. Comment, let's go, comment, let's go, if you want me to keep testing your listening skills. And you can keep expanding your vocabulary with this lesson right now.